Chapter 28:10. His appearance and physique were exactly the same as Liang Fanga's, and he fully displayed Liang Fanga's heroic aura. Even those who were close to him would not be able to see through him at first glance. Chu Li smiled faintly and sized up the peak in front of him. This mountain peak was majestic and tall, like a sword piercing the clouds, overflowing with a domineering aura. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that this was where the Miaoxiang sect was located. Originally, he thought that the Miaoxiang sect's female sect would be located in some valley, like an orchid in a deep valley, enjoying its lonely fragrance. However, the appearance of the mountain before them clearly displayed the domineeringness and ambition of the Miaoxiang sect. They were not willing to become side characters. Instead, they wanted to become the rulers of the world. They wanted to become the masters of the world and suppress all men. It was a pity that nothing in the world would change according to one's wishes. In the current world, men were still respected. Chu Li's expression changed as he thought of the leader of the Devil's Doctrine. The leader of the Devil's sect was a woman. He stood at the foot of the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back and looked around. He had no intention of entering. He did not want to waste his lifespan to enter. Compared to the other demonic sects, the Ingenious Aspects sect was one of the few sects that were not evil. Their demonic arts were based on their appearance, bewitching the mind and triggering the desires in the bottom of their hearts to control people. Their methods were subtle and covert. They didn't need to harm people to cultivate their mental cultivation methods, unlike the Blood Sun sect. However, this didn't mean that he would let Su Miao Miao off. She had already killed him twice, so how could he let her off so easily? A white shadow flashed, and Su Miao Miao appeared in front of him. She smiled sweetly and said, "Big Brother Liang, is there anything important that the sect has summoned you?" Chu Li Fist saluted and forced a smile. "It's nothing, Big Brother Liang. Is it inconvenient for you to tell me?" asked Su Miao Miao. Chu Li said, "This is a serious matter. It's better not to say it. If that's the case, then don't say any more." Su Miao Miao nodded in understanding and said, "Why don't you enter the sect to recuperate for a few days before thinking of a way to deal with Monk Dingru? Monk Dingru might have already died. According to Master, it's impossible for anyone to survive after being hit by the pearl of parting hatred." "Not necessarily." Chu Li pretended to be troubled. Su Miao Miao said, "Could it be that he can increase his lifespan?" Chu Li nodded slowly. Su Miao Miao frowned and said, "Then it'll be troublesome. Brother Liang, why don't we take this opportunity to kill him while he's down and assassinate him again? At the very least, we'll be able to stop his plan of prolonging his life." Chu Li sighed. His expression was solemn. "Who else dares to go against him?" Su Miao Miao chuckled as she shook her head and said, "Big Brother Liang, you're underestimating the young geniuses of our 12 devil sects. It's impossible for them to be intimidated by a bald bastard. Moreover, there's a deep enmity between them and our sects. The Great Mercy Temple, the Supreme Temple, and the other Buddhist sects were the mortal enemies of the 12 devil sects. They had a blood feud that was irreconcilable. With such a blood feud as an incentive, coupled with the generous reward, as long as they hadn't seen Ding Ru's skills before, even if they heard about it, they wouldn't care. They would rush forward like moths flying into a flame. Even if they piled up the lives of others, they would still be able to kill Ding Ru." Chu Li frowned. "Even if they are courageous, the sect leaders won't let them do as they please." Su Miao Miao replied, "The sect masters won't interfere. What should I do then?" Chu Li asked. Su Miao Miao smiled sweetly. "Leave it to me. I'll personally persuade them. This time, Ding Ru won't be able to escape." Chu Li's killing intent stirred in his heart, but he didn't let it show. He smiled and said, "You call me back urgently because you've found traces of Ding Ru. However, Ding Ru's whereabouts are erratic. Even if we find him, we won't have a chance if there's a slight delay." "Where is he?" Su Miao Miao quickly asked. Chu Li said, "If it's just the two of us," Su Miao Miao smiled. "He's in his weakest state now. The two of us are enough. As long as we can kill him, we'll soar to a higher level. From then on, we'll be promoted to a different level. Killing Ding Ru aside, not to mention the sex rewards, Their reputation would be enough to suppress all heroes. They would become top-notch masters, and no one would be willing to submit to them. It was far better than silently cultivating and defeating one master after another. Chu Li slowly nodded. Yes, the benefits are endless. This Dingru must be killed. Who else should we kill? Su Miao said. He must die. Then let's go, Chu Li said in a low voice. He extended his hand, and Su Miao put her hand on his. Their hands clasped together and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, the two of them appeared in a restaurant. They sat at a table on the third floor and looked down at the pedestrians on the street below. Su Miao looked at him in confusion. However, Chu Li was carefully observing her mind. The moment their hands clasped together, she let go of her guard. Her mind and body were open to him. He could finally peek into her secrets, see the inheritance of Miaoxiang's sect, and see the woman in the void of her mind. It was a woman with a white veil on her face. Her figure was different from Su Miao's. She was more graceful and alluring than Su Miao. Without looking at her face, just looking at her figure made Chu Li have a strong urge to embrace her and ravage her. This urge was so strong, especially when there was only the heavenly demonic in his mind. It was almost uncontrollable. He forcefully restrained himself. A strange force was naturally generated and surged into Su Miao's body. A strange aura emanated from Su Miao's body as well, and it fused with his aura to form a unique, clear stream. It gurgled silently like a spring, yet it contained a shocking power that was far more powerful than the heavenly demonic power. He was extremely surprised. He did not expect the scripture of heavenly demonic to merge with Su Miao. It could increase his power to such an extent. It was a pity that he could not visualize this woman in his mind. Otherwise, he would definitely go mad. This was the inheritance of Miaoxiang's sect. As expected of Miaoxiang's sect, he sighed to himself. Su Miao turned to look at him and smiled sweetly. Big brother Liang, do you see him? Chu Li nodded slowly and pointed. A middle-aged monk in a gray frock appeared at the end of the street, far away. He looked exactly like Chu Li. His gray frock fluttered in the wind. He walked slowly and calmly with a serene expression. He had the demeanor of an eminent monk. It made people want to kneel and worship him. Dingru, Su Miao's body tensed up. She held Chu Li's hand tightly. Chu Li said, "Don't rush." The person who disguised as him was Liang Fanga. He wanted to use Chu Li's appearance to do a few shocking things to force him to show himself. Su Miao took out a tiny arrow. It was the size of a pinky finger. It was exquisite and exquisite. It was an exquisite piece of art. There was no murderous aura at all. "This is the infatuation arrow that Master gave me," Su Miao said softly. "As long as I use this arrow, he won't be able to escape." Infatuation arrow. Chu Li looked at the arrow in surprise. "What's its use? He'll fall madly in love with me." Su Miao pursed her lips and smiled. "Since I want him to die, he won't hesitate. Even if he hesitates, he won't be wary of me. It'll be a piece of cake to take his life." "What a powerful treasure!" Chu Li exclaimed and reached out his hand. Su Miao dodged it lightly and smiled. "This arrow needs a unique heart technique. It can't be tainted with a man's aura." "I see." Chu Li nodded. "Let's launch a surprise attack. We might be able to succeed. His aura is really weak now." Chapter 28:11. Chu Li narrowed his eyes as he looked at Liang Fanga, who was slowly approaching from afar, but shook his head. Logically speaking, although Liang Fanga did not receive the inheritance of the heavenly demon statue, his level of the heavenly demon scripture was already very high. All he lacked was experience to train his will to be pure and firmer. His heavenly demonic power was profound, and his impersonation was very similar. Unfortunately, he could not evolve his own temperament, and people close to him would be able to see through him at a glance. He knew this, so he pretended to be weak and pale to look like he was heavily injured. His cultivation level regressed, and his temperament changed, which was understandable. Chu Li cultivated too many mystical techniques and experienced many wonderful things that the people of this world could not understand and experience. Therefore, It was even more impossible to imitate his temperament. There would always be subtle differences. Su Miao Miao saw him shaking his head and asked softly, "Brother Liang, is there something wrong?" Chu Li replied, "Although it was a short trip back this time, I obtained a benefit." "What benefit?" Su Miao Miao asked with a smile. Chu Li smiled. "It might be related to the fight with Monk Ding Ru. My will became purer, and I finally received the complete inheritance of the heavenly demon scripture. The inheritance of the heavenly demon statue." Su Miao Miao was surprised. Chu Li nodded slowly. Su Miao Miao smiled sweetly. "Congratulations, Brother Liang." As a disciple of the ingenious aspect sect, she naturally knew about the inheritance of the heavenly demon statue. It was said that no one could get close to the heavenly demon statue. Those who did not cultivate the heavenly demon scripture would be attacked once they got close to it. Until now, no one had been spared. The inheritance of the heavenly demon statue meant the position of the sect leader. Brother Liang was very likely to be the next sect leader. Su Miao Miao was considered to have climbed up a high branch and befriended him. It would be beneficial for her to become the next sect leader of the ingenious aspect sect. The stronger he was, the more beneficial it would be for her. Su Miao Miao was naturally happy. Chu Li said, "Let's kill Ding Ru first." "Yes." Su Miao Miao quickly nodded. Her bright eyes stared at Liang Fangge, who was slowly walking over. She scoffed as she watched him walk slowly. "This stinky monk's demeanor is really bad. Unfortunately, he's my enemy. Otherwise, I can befriend him." "You really want to befriend him?" Chu Li asked softly. Su Miao Miao said, "How could I not want to get close to such a figure? Unfortunately, he's an enemy, and I have to kill him." She sighed to herself. For the sake of her bright future, she had no choice but to kill this monk. This was how the world worked. Although it was a pity, she would not hesitate to kill him, and her determination to kill him would not waver. "Yes, what a pity." Chu Li sighed. He stretched out his hand to hold Su Miao Miao's jade-like hand. It was delicate and soft, cool and pleasant. He saw the graceful and alluring figure in her mind. His inner energy circulated and combined with Su Miao Miao's cool aura, condensing into another pure and shocking energy. "Let's go," Chu Li whispered. The two of them disappeared at the same time. The next moment, they appeared behind Liang Fangge and struck out with their palms. Bang! Liang Fangge flew up. While he was in the air, his protective upstanding chi flickered, and a white light enveloped him, but it could not completely neutralize the force. Chu Li's current cultivation level was far superior to Liang Fangge's. In addition to Su Miao Miao's strength, the two of them combined. Even if Liang Fangge had a protective treasure, he could not withstand it, because Chu Li had activated the God binding disc in his sleeve at the same time. "You?" He turned his head to look, and his eyes widened. Chu Li sneered. "Miss Su." Su Miao Miao immediately swung her arm. TSS. The infatuation arrow turned into a ray of light and shot toward Liang Fangge. Liang Fangge swung his arm, and a ray of black light met it. Bang! The infatuation arrow broke through the black light and shot into the light shield. With a loud bang, the light shield shattered. Chu Li and Su Miao Miao arrived in front of him in the next moment, and both of them struck out with their palms at the same time. "Miss Su!" Liang Fangge quickly shouted. Stupid monk, what are you shouting for?" Su Miao Miao scoffed and extended her jade-like palm to meet his left palm. Bang! Liang Fangge flew out again and shouted in the air, "I'm Liang Fangge." As he spoke, he had already changed his appearance. Chu Li suddenly formed a seal and struck Su Miao Miao's chest. Su Miao Miao was in a state of shock and did not expect Chu Li to attack her. She did not dodge and took the demon suppression seal head-on. Instantly, blood spurted out of her mouth and she fell to the ground. Chu Li chuckled and shook his head. "What a heavenly demon scripture!" As he spoke, he wiped his face with his hand and returned to his original appearance. It was the appearance of a young man with handsome eyebrows, bright eyes, and a heroic aura. His hair fell and fluttered in the air, and his head became clean and shiny again. "Ba, Miss Su, young Master Liang, Ding Ru greets you." Chu pressed his palms together and smiled. Su Miao Miao's cherry lips opened wide, and her eyes were filled with shock. She turned to look at Liang Fangge on the other side. Liang Fangge staggered and fell to the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he had returned to his original appearance. His hair had grown wildly and was disheveled. He gently combed it and returned to his handsome appearance. However, his face was pale and his eyes were cold as he stared at Chu. His voice was dry because of his injuries and because of his agitated emotions. Ding Ru, it's you, right? It's you. Chu smiled. What are you talking about, young Master Liang? If we're talking about the inheritance of the heavenly demon statue, it's indeed me. The heavenly demonic sect has always relied on their ever-changing ability to impersonate others. I'm giving them a taste of their own medicine. You! Liang Fangge roared angrily and started coughing violently. Cough, 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 cough. Ding Ru. He pointed at Chu. His face was flushed and his eyes were bloodshot. Chu smiled and pressed his palms together. The heavenly demon scripture is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that I'm one step too late. What a pity, what a pity. He had already obtained the complete inheritance of the heavenly demon scripture and already had a deep accumulation. It was not difficult for him to advance further. Unfortunately, time waited for no man. He estimated that he would need a month to advance to the next level. As long as he advanced to this level, his lifespan would be extended. Even if he could not break through the 100-year lifespan limit of the demon's subduing temple leader, he would not die immediately. However, the world made fools of people, or rather, someone interfered with the heavenly design and prevented him from finding this chance of survival. Even if he broke through the interference at the last moment and found this chance of survival, it was already too late. He only had 2 days left to live. The younger his body recovered, the closer he was to the end of his lifespan. How dare you? Liang Fangge clenched his teeth. This was unprecedented. Such a thing had never happened in the heavenly demonic sect. Chu smiled. Young Master Liang, I don't need to be courageous when facing someone who's about to die. Fine, fine. I won't let this matter rest. Liang Fangge said coldly. The Great Mercy Temple must be destroyed. After you die, I'll disguise myself as you and enter the Great Mercy Temple. Chu laughed out loud and shook his head. Young Master Liang, you think too highly of yourself. The Great Mercy Temple isn't the heavenly demonic sect. Moreover, I'm not someone that can be impersonated by others. He turned to look at Su Miao Miao. Miss Su, you have a burning desire to kill me, so I can only offend you. This demon subduing seal will be the end of our grudge. Your life and death will depend on your luck. Monk Dingru, Su Miao Miao said softly. Suddenly, she covered her mouth as blood kept gushing out. Chu turned his head away from her and said to Liang Fangge, Young Master Liang, let me send you on your way. He appeared in front of Liang Fangge in a flash. Liang Fangge wanted to make a move, but could not react in time. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. His movements slowed down, and he could only watch helplessly as his chest was hit by the demon subduing seal. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Stop! Hu Qianheng appeared with a shout. Chapter 28:12. Chu stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Hu Qianheng, who had suddenly appeared. Hu Qianheng glared at Chu coldly and took a step to Liang Fangge's side to check on his injuries. Chu did not stop him and let him do as he pleased. Liang Fangge had already fainted and was unconscious. After Hu Qianheng extended his hand, his expression changed. He glared at Chu coldly with a murderous look in his eyes. He took out a round blue bead and crushed it gently. With a bang, Liang Fangge and Hu Qianheng were shrouded in a layer of blue light and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, they appeared in Liang Fangge's courtyard in heavenly demonic sect. The blue light flickered twice before dispersing unwillingly. Hu Qianheng could not care less about this protective treasure. Liang Fangge was too heavily injured and could not be teleported, so he could only use a treasure like the emerald sky bead. Otherwise, Liang Fangge would definitely die. It was not a loss to exchange a treasure for a genius. He placed Liang Fangge on the bed, took out a spirit pill, and fed it to him. Then, he circulated his energy to help him heal. Liang Fanga suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes. Sect leader Su. Miss Su. His eyes regained clarity as he hurriedly called out. Hu Qianheng scoffed. You're such an infatuated person. You can't even take care of yourself, yet you still have the time to care about her. Sect leader, you must save Miss Su no matter what. Liang Fanga hurriedly said. She shouldn't have been killed by Ding Ru. None of them should have been killed by that little monk Ding Ru. Hu Qianheng said coldly. But didn't they all die? I've underestimated him. He was the one who pretended to be junior brother Song to cheat the inheritance of the heavenly demon statue. Liang Fanga gritted his teeth and said slowly, I must kill him. There's no need to kill him. He's going to die soon. Hu Qianheng shook his head. He's dragging you down with him now. Don't provoke him, hide. But Miss Su, Liang Fanga hurriedly said, looks like you're really charmed by her. Hu Qianheng frowned and stared at him. You should know that the women of Miaoxiang's sect can't be trusted. They're the reincarnation of vixens who specialize in deceiving men and toying with people's hearts. Miss Su is different. Liang Fanga shook his head and said urgently, Sect leader, please save her. If I were to save her, I have to fight with Monk Ding Ru, Hu Tianheng said. He didn't stop me from saving you. You're already lucky. Are you going back? Could it be that Sect Master can't defeat him? Liang Fanga was surprised. Hu Tianheng slowly shook his head. I'm not confident. Moreover, he's a dead man, which is even more terrifying. But Liang Fanga thought of Su Miao Miao's beautiful, smiling face, her light body about to die, and her fragrant soul unknown. His heart ached, and he couldn't control himself. Then I will go and save her. Nonsense. Hu Tianheng snorted. You'll have to pass this trial yourself first. His face was extremely gloomy. Liang Fanga woke up. It seemed like he had recovered, but in fact, his injuries were still worsening. A strange force was destroying his internal organs. His spirit dawned, and his inner force could not stop the deterioration. This should be the demon suppression seal, the demon suppression hall's cornerstone technique. It was a vicious technique that frightened the demon doctrine masters. He could not gain the upper hand against the demon suppression seal, so he wanted to retreat. He did not want to fight Chu Li head-on. If they really fought, he would be in danger of dying, so it was best for him to retreat and wait for his own death. Cough, 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 cough. Liang Fanga coughed violently and covered his mouth as he vomited blood. After a while, he put down his hand and continued to beg. Sect leader, my death isn't to be regretted, but Miss Su shouldn't die. She's still young, like a flower in its prime. How can she die? Hu Tianheng frowned and stared at him. He faintly felt that something was wrong. As far as he knew, Liang Fanga was not the kind of person who was infatuated with love. He had a few women, and they were all able to let go and leave as they pleased. They were free and unrestrained and would never be bound by love. Until now, he was still entangled with those women, but he had never disregarded his own safety and risked his life for any of them. He was a fickle man, and this was the common trait of the demon doctrine disciples. Obtaining all the beauties in the world was the strong desire of the demon doctrine disciples. Ordinary people might have the same thought, but they would use reason to restrain themselves. However, the demon doctrine disciples would not restrain themselves. Although Su Miao Miao was beautiful and could be considered stunning, Liang Fanga's women were not bad either. He would not disregard his own safety and risk his life for her. There must be something strange about this. Fanga, how long have you known Su Miao Miao? Hu Tianheng asked. Not for a few days. Liang Fanga shook his head and smiled. But Miss Su is different from other women. She's considerate, gentle, and pleasant. She's truly the most perfect woman in the world. Oof. Hu Tianheng sneered. There was no perfect woman in the world. The more perfect a woman was, the more one had to be careful. They were all good at hiding their flaws and were good at scheming. It was better to stay away from such women. However, he knew that it was useless to say this now. Liang Fanga was possessed, so it was useless to say anything more. He nodded and said, I'll inform Miaoxiang's sect and ask their sect master to save her. Thank you, Sect Master. Liang Fanga clasped his fists with difficulty. Try using the Sky Demon Body disintegration technique. Hu Tianheng frowned. You'll have to sacrifice a portion of your cultivation to save her life. The Sky Demon Body disintegration technique was mysterious. It could even save a fatal injury. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be dealt with by the Sky Demon Body disintegration technique. However, it required a higher price and was difficult to recover. Yes. Liang Fanga nodded helplessly. His cultivation had already declined. If he used the Sky Demon Body disintegration technique again, he did not know how long it would take for him to recover. The Sky Demon Body disintegration technique was scarier than destroying one's own martial arts. It was more difficult to recover, and it was even impossible to recover. It was like moving one's head. To recover, one needed lifespan, and the lost lifespan could not be recovered. Using one's cultivation in exchange for the recovery of one's injuries was more or less the same. If he wanted to recover his lost cultivation, he would need to cultivate 10 times or even 100 times more. However, compared to his life, it was still acceptable. He was just unwilling. Once he used the Sky Demon Body disintegration technique, even if he was a genius, he could forget about suppressing his peers and becoming the number one. Chuli glanced at Su Miao Miao and shook his head. Miss Su, it looks like you're definitely going to die. Su Miao Miao was like a delicate flower that was slowly withering. She was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her face was pale and yellow with a hint of green. Her eyes were dull as she stared at him hatefully. Chuli smiled. There's no need to channel. It's futile. You should know that you can't block the demon suppression seal. You Devil Sect disciples can't stand the demon suppression seal. Su Miao Miao sneered. Ding Ru, you're going to die too. Chuli nodded. Yes, I'm going to die soon too. It's a pity that we can't go together. We're going to different places. That might not be the case. Su Miao Miao scoffed. You might even enter the demonic realm. Chuli shook his head. It can't be. Miss Su, you're still thinking about young Master Liang, right? He was hit by your arrow of infatuation. He must be eager to save you. Unfortunately, he can't even protect himself. Su Miao Miao scoffed. This time I admit defeat. When she thought about how she was fooled by Chu Li, she was secretly resentful and gritted her teeth. Chapter 28:13. Chu Li turned his head and saw a woman standing in the void that the great circle mystical sky mirror couldn't see. The woman wore a dark green gown and was petite, looking like a pure young girl. She stepped on the void with her gown fluttering in the wind. Her graceful curves were faintly discernible as she stood there quietly watching Chu Li and Su Miao Miao. It was as if she was watching a show and it had nothing to do with her. She only looked on coldly. Sect leader, Su Miao Miao called out in surprise. Chu Li smiled. Miss Su, even if your sect leader is here, it's useless. What a big tone. A clear voice sounded and the petite woman smiled coldly. Demon subduing Hall's Ding Ru is indeed worthy of her reputation. Sinister, ruthless, and cold-blooded. Chu Li could not help but laugh. Are you talking about me? How many innocent disciples have you killed? The delicate woman said coldly. Just like now, Miao Miao isn't an evil person, yet you are actually ruthlessly destroying a flower. You really are cold-blooded and have a warped state of mind. It's truly astounding. Chu Li pressed his palms together. Umaba, have you repented? The petite woman scoffed. Have you realized how extreme you were and that you've gone down the wrong path? Chu Li shook his head. I've learned a lot. Sect leader Su is an eloquent debater. I'm impressed. Although he had never met the sect leader of Miaoshang's sect, he knew she was Su Yirong. Su Yirong said, Then tell me, what crime did Miao Miao commit? Miss Su might not have committed any evil, but she insisted on killing me. Do you think I'll let her off easily just because she didn't commit any evil? I've already spared her twice, but unfortunately, she refused to come to her senses. There's nothing I can do about it, Chu Li said slowly. As the saying goes, the evils brought upon themselves are the hardest to bear. She chose this path of death. At the end of the day, you're just doing it for yourself. Su Yirong sneered. Doesn't demon subduing Hall sacrifice themselves for benevolence? What you're doing isn't benevolence, right? It's just a personal grudge. Although demons subduing Hall sacrifices themselves, it doesn't mean they don't care about their own lives. Chu Li shook his head. Forget it, sect leader Su. There's no point in talking. Let's do it. If you can save Miss Su, I won't say anything. I heard you don't have many days left. Su Yirong frowned and said, It is said that the words of a dying man are kind. Can't you do a good deed before you die and let Meow Meow go? Her voice was clear and cold, but it had the power to convince people, making them want to listen to her. Chu Li said impatiently, Sect leader Su, it's better for you to stop using this trick. If the demon-slaying palace lord could be subdued by your goo bewitching hand, he would have gone extinct a long time ago. There's no need to try again. He knew that Su Yirong had been silently casting a strange technique to bewitch and control him. The ingenious appearance sect didn't rely on martial arts to achieve victory. Instead, they used strange techniques to control others to achieve their goals. Compared to directly killing people, this was a level higher and more troublesome method. Su Yirong's eyes flashed, and she slowly said, I have indeed underestimated you. Dingru, what do you want? Chu Li replied, I should be the one asking the sect leader this question. What does the sect leader want to do? Save our sect's disciples. Su Yirong said. Chu Li smiled. That will depend on sect leader's capabilities. What conditions do you have? Su Yirong asked plainly. Chu Li said, Sect leader, what conditions do you think I, a person who's about to die, have? A person's death is like an extinguished lamp. Everything can be thrown away. I just want to be refreshed and have a clear mind. Does that mean that Meow Meow must die? Su Yirong scoffed. Chu Li slowly nodded. If you can save her, I have nothing to say. It's all up to your capabilities. If you can't save her, then it means that her fate isn't good. There's no point in talking anymore. I shall take my leave. As he said this, he pressed his palms together and was about to leave. Wait! Su Yirong shouted. She took a step to Su Meow Meow's side and reached out to press her wrist. Her expression changed slightly as she said coldly, What a great demon-slaying seal. I have a treasure to exchange with you. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. He was about to leave. It's a treasure that can increase one's lifespan. Su Yirong scoffed. Chu Li stopped abruptly. He slowly turned his head to look at her. Increase one's lifespan? There are many treasures in this world that can increase one's lifespan, but they can't increase one's origin's lifespan. Su Yirong said, This thing can increase one's lifespan and can save you. Do you think it's worth it to exchange your life for Meow Meow's? How much lifespan can it increase? Chu Li asked. He was dubious. He had never heard of anything that could increase one's lifespan. Usually, those treasures that could extend one's lifespan were just icing on the cake. They couldn't provide timely help or save one's life when one's life was in danger. 10 years, Su Yirong said. As she spoke, she took out a snow-white, flawless pearl. It was like a pearl the size of a longan, shining brightly. She raised the snow-white pearl and said in a deep voice, This is the heavenly light pearl. It gathers the essence of heaven and earth. It said that it's not from this world, but from the upper heaven. Chu Li said, If that's the case, it's only a rumor. There's no guarantee. Su Yirong scoffed. You don't want to gamble? It's already come to this. Chu Li pondered and shook his head. Forget it. I'll keep this spirit pill for my own use. Su Yirong said, Don't you want to seize a chance? How about this? You take the pill first. If it's effective, you can save Meow Meow. What do you think? Chu Li did not expect her to be so bold. It seemed like she was very confident in this heavenly light pearl. He smiled. Where did this heavenly light pearl come from? Someone gave it to me. Su Yirong said lightly. I got it when I was young. I originally wanted to use it when my lifespan was nearing its end. Now that the situation has forced me to, I'll give it to you. Chu Li stared at her pure face for a while and slowly shook his head. Forget it. Su Yirong's expression was calm and confident. Her mind flashed and was wrapped by an invisible force. He could not invade it. He could only rely on his instinct and intuition to sense danger. He felt that it was most likely a trap. Although he was going to die soon, and there was nothing worth framing, his use of spiritual energy was far better than most people. His understanding of this aspect was also deeper. This body was originally a cage. His soul could not break out. If there were any strange tricks, he would not have a chance to escape. He was not afraid of death. He was afraid of being restrained. He could not die even if he wanted to. That was the scariest thing. Su Irong smiled and shook her head. I thought Dingru was close to death and would agree no matter what. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You'd rather die than kill Meow Meow. Chu Li said, I just feel that there's no such coincidence in this world. This heavenly light pearl can really increase one's lifespan by 10 years. I believe the person who gave it to me wouldn't lie to me. Su Irong said. Chu Li shook his head. Forget it. All right. Su Irong said coldly. Since you've given up this chance of survival, then forget it. Meow Meow, I'm useless. Sect leader Su Meow Meow had been quietly listening to the confrontation between the two. She gently shook her head. Sect leader, if I die, then I die. It's no big deal. I won't lose to this stupid monk. She was terrified, but when she saw how calm Chu Li was, she inexplicably calmed down. She was no longer that afraid of death. Perhaps the two of them would really go to the same place. Then, she could take her revenge. Since you don't believe me, then I'll swallow it. Su Irong scoffed. She pinched the outer layer of the heavenly light pearl and threw it into her mouth. Chapter 28:14. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and smiled as he watched her swallow the heavenly light orb. After Su Irong swallowed it, her aura rose slightly and her face glowed with radiance. How is it? You missed a chance to change your fate. She scoffed in disdain. Chu Li smiled. Sect leader is so bold. Aren't you afraid that there's something inside? Of course not. Su Irong scoffed. Unless I'm blind and misjudged you. This heavenly light pill can definitely increase one's lifespan by 10 years. I can feel that it's indeed a life-prolonging medicine. But now that it's in my stomach, it's gone. It's too late for you to regret it. Chu Li nodded. Yes, it's too late to regret it, so I won't regret it. Sect leader Zhang, farewell. He did not regret it, as he believed in his intuition. It was fine for Su Irong to eat it, but not for him. It was better to stay away from this heavenly light orb. Wait, Su Irong said. Chu Li calmly said, Sect leader Su, my time is precious now. I can't afford to waste it. You still have a chance to live. Su Irong said. Chu Li said, I'm all ears. I want to sell you a piece of information. It's information that can prolong one's life, but you saved Meow Meow first. Su Irong said, You still don't believe me this time? Chu Li smiled. To be honest, I know good and bad luck. It's hard to escape this disaster. Then why not try? Su Irong looked at Su Meow Meow, who was dying like a withered flower. Meow Meow isn't that important to you. It doesn't matter if she's dead or alive. Why not use her life in exchange for a chance to live? Chu Li pondered for a while and sighed. Fine, I'll do as you say. Su Irong smiled sweetly. Her pure face suddenly became stunningly beautiful, as if she was a different person. He suddenly realized that although she was beautiful, she gave off a sense of purity. It was because of her wonderful temperament and her peerless control of herself. Her influence on others was silent. Even if his mind was clear with the suppression of Buddha and devil, he would still unknowingly fall into it. He came before Su Meow Meow and said with a smile, Miss Su, this tribulation is a reminder for you. Don't do things that you're not capable of, otherwise you'll be killed. As he spoke, he lightly patted her shoulders. Pop, pop. Two crisp sounds could be heard, as if a blockage in her body had been unlocked. She suddenly sat up straight and widened her eyes. She looked at Chu Li in disbelief and bewilderment. Chu Li smiled. Miss Su, congratulations on your return to the world. Ding Ru. Su Meow Meow puckered her red lips tightly as she spat out these two words, and then she moved her gaze away because she didn't want him to see the killing intent and hatred in her eyes. Chu Li said, Miss Su, our grudges are written off. Humph. Su Meow Meow snorted. Meow Meow. Su Irong said lightly. Su Meow Meow looked at Chu Li unwillingly and scoffed. All right, let's write it off. Chu turned his head to look at Su Irong. Sect leader Su, if Miss Su goes against me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll destroy this flower, no matter what. All right. Su Irong nodded lightly. Chu let out a smile. Su Irong said, I've heard of a rumor that there's a life stone in this world. If you can obtain it, you'll be able to extend your life. Just like the heavenly light pearl, it can also increase one's vitality and lifespan by 100 years. Life stone. Chu frowned as he pondered. Su Irong took out a piece of paper and tossed it at Chu. The thin piece of paper flew towards him like a flash of a knife. Chu caught it and opened it to take a look. He nodded lightly. All right. Thank you, sect leader Su. This stone isn't that easy to obtain. Su Irong said, but it should be real. Whether you can find it or not will depend on your luck. Chu pressed his palms together and floated away. Su Meow Meow gritted her teeth and stared at the direction where Chu disappeared. Su Irong scoffed. Meow Meow, you didn't die for nothing. Master, Su Meow Meow said hatefully, this monk is really despicable. As she spoke, she recounted the events that transpired. Su Irong's expression was solemn. Her long eyebrows were slightly furrowed. She walked a few steps with her hands behind her back and scoffed. If that's the case, he has completely inherited the heavenly demonic sex inheritance. Su Meow Meow nodded lightly. It seems like he has inherited the heavenly demonic statue's inheritance. This is the first time, Su Irong said with a sullen expression. The demon-slaying palace has always been eyeing the martial arts of the heavenly demonic sex. However, because of the inheritance, we can only see a trace of it. This time is different. It's the first time. Master, are you worried that you'll set a bad precedent? Su Meow Meow felt her body lighten. Her internal organs that were initially shattered had now recovered. This monk's martial arts was really amazing. Su Irong nodded. What's more terrifying is that he has inherited the heavenly demonic sex inheritance. He used this to infiltrate the 12 heavenly demonic gates. Su Meow Meow asked, it can't be that simple, right? He can even deceive the heavenly demonic sect, let alone the other sects. Su Irong snorted with a sullen expression. It's probably easier for him, especially with the inheritance of the heavenly demonic sect. Fortunately, he's going to die soon. Su Meow Meow smiled. It's useless no matter how strong he is. Su Irong shook her head. The smile on Su Meow Meow's face froze. Master, he won't die. He won't die as long as he finds a life stone, Su Irong said. Is the life stone that easy to find? Su Meow Meow frowned. It's impossible for him to find it, right? It's a legendary item. How can it be so easy to find? Su Irong said. It depends on his fortune. Su Meow Meow smiled. I thought you were lying to him, Master. Do you really think you can lie to him? Su Irong grunted. Su Meow Meow said, when he's in a life and death situation, he'll walk a dead end. Such a person is the easiest to lie to. Su Irong shook her head gently. No matter what, I still admire this great Master Dingru. He's able to see through life and death, face it calmly, and resist the temptation to live. His temperament is extraordinary. He's a true, virtuous monk. Su Meow Meow gritted her teeth. She did not hate Chu Li for wanting to kill her. She had tried to kill him twice, so it was not a big deal for him to kill her. It was just a matter of life and death. What she hated the most was Chu Li's teasing. Whenever she thought about how Chu Li had played her in the palm of his hand, yet she was unaware of it, she could not let go of this feeling. She had always been proud of her cleverness and had calculated everything. She was confident in her own intelligence. Chu Li's move had dealt a huge blow to her and left a mark of shame that was difficult to erase. Su Irong said, Meow Meow, there's always a higher mountain. Don't think that you're the only smart person in the world. Master, I understand. Su Meow Meow nodded lightly. I hope he can't find a life stone and die helplessly. Su Irong glanced at her and smiled helplessly. Chapter 28:15. Su Meow Meow asked, Master, will he really die? I'm not a deity. I can't predict his fate. Su Irong shook her head. Su Meow Meow chuckled. Don't you have a relationship with a master from the Star Capture sect? Can't you predict Monk Dingru's fate? He did predict Master Dingru's fate. Su Irong smiled and sighed. In the end, he vomited blood and suffered a severe backlash. He told me to stay away from Master Dingru. Why is that? Su Miao Miao frowned. Is it because he's fated to be unable to predict his fate? That's not it. He's not that lucky. Su Irong shook her head. He's the destroyer of fate. His fate is unpredictable, and he's someone who can truly control his own fate. We shouldn't be enemies with such a person. Su Miao Miao scoffed. So we can only watch him wreak havoc? Someone will deal with him. We don't have to fight for it. Su Irong smiled. Su Miao Miao replied, Master, I understand. It's best that you understand. Su Irong was secretly relieved. She had put in a lot of effort to dispel Su Miao Miao's killing intent. She had high hopes for this smart and powerful disciple and did not want her to die halfway or provoke a powerful enemy. Su Miao Miao smiled. If he can escape this, I'll just watch the show. That's more like it. Su Irong smiled. Chu Li wore a gray robe and appeared in Mysterious Sky City with his original appearance. He had the Destiny Lock, so he believed that he was lucky enough to find the Life Stone. However, it was hard to say if he was lucky enough to extend his life. He faintly felt that this line of life and death was beyond the Destiny Lock's ability. He suddenly appeared in an alley in Mysterious Sky City. His eyes flashed, and Song Jing's graceful figure appeared. She was dressed in a snow-white gown that was clean and flawless. She looked like an otherworldly fairy and had a similar temperament to Sun Mingyue and Shao Qi. Chu Li felt a sense of familiarity and suddenly missed Shao Qi. His other body was in the Outland where he stayed with Sun Mingyue and occasionally went to Lu Yuro. He missed Shao Qi the most. Unfortunately, he did not dare to contact Shao Qi now as he did not want her to worry. Song Jing looked at him and frowned without saying a word. Chu Li smiled. You found out? How much longer? Song Jing asked. Chu Li said, it should be within these few days. I'm looking for the Stone of Life. Have you heard of it? The Shinkong City and the Star-Seizing Sect were detached from worldly affairs, and they were well-versed in the mysteries of the heavens. They were usually more sensitive to such treasures than he was. He was clueless and wanted the help of the Shinkong City. As long as there was a slim chance of survival, he would fight for it. He was vaguely worried that he would really die, so he didn't want to die if he could. He wanted to live a little longer and find a way to break the curse. He even wanted to fuse the two bodies together so that one of them wouldn't have to die. But this required time, and what he lacked the most right now was time. If he had the time, he could also study the heavenly demon scripture. After advancing to the next level, he could also extend his lifespan. Life Stone, Song Jing muttered to herself before shaking her head. I'll go ask around. Wait a moment. Chu Li gestured for her to do as she pleased. Song Jing suddenly disappeared. Chu Li walked with his hands behind his back. His gray cowl fluttered in the wind, giving him the demeanor of an eminent monk. He walked around Profound Sky City and suddenly ran into Song Jing. Song Jing appeared at the side of the street and waved at him. Chu Li disappeared from the street with her and appeared in a mansion in the next moment. Using the Great Circle mystical mirror to observe the surroundings, the mansion was quite luxurious. There were groups of strong servants and maids. It was obvious that it was a wealthy family. When they saw Song Jing, they all bowed to greet the master. They were extremely obedient. Song Jing waved her hand and sent everyone away from the backyard, leaving only Chu Li and her. The two of them were in a gazebo. The gazebo was built near the lake. A gentle breeze swept across the surface of the lake and into the gazebo, caressing their faces. Song Jing reached in her pocket and gently took out a jade green stone. She handed it to Chu Li. You're in luck. I really have this. This is the Life Stone. Chu Li was quite surprised. He did not expect to find the Life Stone. He thought it was hopeless. He reached out to take it and was instantly energized. The Life Stone contained a strange power. It was like a clear spring that drilled into his palm. In an instant, it drilled into his body and into his heart. His heart beat violently. Then, he vaguely felt a sense of excitement. It was as if he had woken up from a long sleep. He felt refreshed and the world became extraordinarily bright and lively. As expected of the life stone, Chu Li praised. It can save your life? Song Jing asked. Chu Li slowly nodded. Yes. Song Jing said, unfortunately, there's only one. It won't last long. Maybe only a year. Chu Li smiled. A year is enough. As long as he had a year, it would be enough for him to advance the heavenly demon scripture and find other ways to prolong his life. Song Jing slowly nodded. Then you can use it. However, the usage of this life stone is strange. It can't be absorbed or swallowed directly. It needs the help of others. Also, it needs to be one yin and one yang, one female and one male. Chu Li said, then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Song. Let's go outside. Song Jing said. The two of them suddenly disappeared in a flash. The next moment, they appeared on a glacier in the vast sea. The surrounding glaciers were continuous. Under the sun, it was dazzling. It was holy and majestic. It was like a dream. Song Jing let out a sigh of relief. She looked around and let out a relaxed smile. Chu Li said, what have you been guarding against in Mysterious Sky City? He could tell at a glance that Song Jing was very nervous in Mysterious Sky City. She could not relax. Song Jing frowned. Mysterious Sky City is like a formation. Nothing in the formation can escape the eyes of the person in charge of the formation. It feels like I'm constantly being watched. That's why I feel uncomfortable. Chu Li said, yes. He knew that Mysterious Sky City was indeed a formation. Just like the demon's subduing hall, it was located in the void. It cannot be seen from the outside, nor could it be hidden from the inside. As the temple leader of the demon's subduing hall, he could see everything inside and outside the hall. Song Jing said, smear the blood from your heart on the stone first. Chu Li took out the life stone and bit the tip of his finger. A drop of blood that looked like a sparkling ruby rolled onto the life stone. However, it did not merge with it. The two were incompatible. The life stone was emerald green, while the drop of blood was crimson. The contrast between the two was exceptionally eye-catching. Song Jing took the life stone and closed her eyes. Suddenly, the life stone began to shine brightly. The drop of blood instantly melted and began to drill into the life stone. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. As the blood merged with it, the life stone's light grew brighter. The light grew brighter and brighter. In the end, the light turned pale yellow and engulfed Song Jing. Then, it began to spread towards Chu Li and engulfed him. Chu Li felt a rich life force that began to drill into his body. Chu Li pressed his palms together. Bam! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. Song Jing flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Bam! She fell on the ice and slid 2 feet away, leaving a trail of blood behind. Chu Li felt a pain in his back. Then, his vision suddenly turned black. When he woke up, he realized that he was already in the air. His internal organs felt like they had been shattered into pieces. He turned his head to look at the void and saw a shadow disappear. The life stone was already dim, and the life force had dissipated. Chapter 28:16. Although he only caught a glimpse of it, he was able to determine that the person who attacked was the master of the Devil Sect, the woman who had always been elusive. He had always been wary of this woman. He felt that she was behind everything, including his shortened lifespan and his premature death. That was why he was always on guard against her. He did not use the heavenly light or previously because of this. He was not afraid that the woman would kill him now, but he was worried that she would do something to stop his resurrection. That would be the most troublesome thing. He felt that the heavenly light orb had such an effect, so it was better to stay away from it. This time, he was already on high alert to prevent her from suddenly appearing or letting others disturb him. He was afraid that she might be plotting something in Mysterious Sky City, so he agreed to Song Jing's suggestion. This place was not expected by others. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he still could not prevent it. Cough, 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 cough. Song Jing coughed violently. Her fair lips were stained with blood, and her white gown was dyed red. It was especially glaring and frightening. Chu Li endured the pain and weakness as he struggled to get up and went to Song Jing. Song Jing opened her eyes, but they were dull. She looked at Chu Li blankly. It's her? She was smart. From the fact that this person appeared without being noticed by the two of them, and that his cultivation level was so high that he could kill her with one palm, she knew that this person's cultivation level was rare. It was likely that he was the leader of the Devil's Sect. Chu Li slowly nodded. It's her. It seems like the life stone can really save your life. Song Jing forced a smile. And she's determined to kill you. Chu Li pressed on her wrist and used the large circle mystical mirror to observe. A force went into it to sense. He frowned. She really wants to kill you. Song Jing scoffed. I'm dragged into this because of you. She's worried that I can save you. Chu Li smiled and nodded. We're going to die together. Song Jing shook her head. I never thought that I'd die with you. Chu Li said, You won't die, but I have to go first. Song Jing frowned and looked at him in confusion. Chu Li said, I'm most sorry for my wife. She's still in isolated cultivation at Mist Peak. She didn't know that I'd die, so I didn't tell her in advance. Xiao Qi. Song Jing scoffed coldly. Chu Li nodded slowly. Madam is extremely intelligent. It's very likely that her state of mind will be disturbed and she'll come out of isolated cultivation ahead of time, delaying her cultivation. You're really infatuated, Song Jing said coldly. You're still thinking about Madam at this time. Chu Li said, I've let down my wife's sincerity. Deep down in his heart, he had always felt guilty toward Xiao Qi. As the young lady of the High Duke's public house, she was born into a noble family and was favored by the emperor. She loved him, who was penniless, but he could not treat her wholeheartedly. She even had other women in her heart. Song Jing said faintly, For you to think this way, it's good that you treat Madam well. Monk, you think too highly of yourself. Don't worry, I don't have feelings for you. Chu Li put his palms together with a smile and said, After I die, I'll have to trouble you to send my Sarara back to the Great Mercy Temple. He didn't want to be involved in a romantic relationship anymore, so he cut off her thoughts in advance, just in case. This was good for both of them. Song Jing frowned. I'm about to die too. Forgive me for not being able to help. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. You won't die. As he spoke, he struck his palms a few times at lightning speed. Before Song Jing could react, she was restrained and could not move at all. She frowned and stared at Chu Li. What are you trying to do? Chu Li smiled. I know a secret skill that can save you, but it's a pity that I'll have to sacrifice the rest of my lifespan. Take this as a reward for your help. After you send my Sarira back to the Great Mercy Temple, return to Mysterious Sky City immediately and cultivate. Don't think about going against the Devil's Sect anymore. I can't accept it. Song Jing scoffed. My reward isn't that expensive. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. He struck her again to seal her mute acupuncture point. Song Jing's eyes widened as she glared at him. Chu Li smiled at her and closed his eyes. He slowly channeled his energy, and the Buddha in his mind turned into Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Buddha. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation scripture could reverse life and death. With Song Jing's injuries, only the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation scripture could reverse life and death. However, he had to pay with his spiritual energy and lifespan. Although it did not consume much of his lifespan, given his current situation, all of his lifespan would be consumed. Bang, 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 bang. Chu Li suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like two whirlpools. One was spinning from the inside out, while the other was spinning from the outside in. One was going in the opposite direction, and the other was going in the opposite direction. It looked rather strange. Amitabha Buddha, Chu Li chanted and pressed his palms on Song Jing's chest. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky without any warning. Amidst the lightning, Song Jing's body shone with a flickering light. When the light disappeared, Song Jing opened her eyes. Her face was glowing as if she had been reborn. All of her injuries had been swept away, and her energy flow was lively. It felt like her cultivation level had advanced to another level. It was better than before. She stared at Chu Li in front of her. Chu Li was already motionless. He was sitting in a lotus position on the ice with his palms pressed together. He looked solemn, as if he was meditating. Song Jing's red lips moved, but she could not speak. She knew that Chu Li had passed away and there was no sign of life. She stared at Chu Li and did not know what to say. Thousands of thoughts were mixed together. Scenes from the past flashed in her mind. Back then, she was so angry that she wanted to kill him. Now that she thought about it, she felt that it was warm and wonderful. Thousands of feelings intertwined. Her heart surged like angry waves. It was unstoppable and difficult to calm down. She sighed faintly. Bang! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. Chu Li's body shone brightly. It was as if the sun had fallen from the sky. Then, the light turned into flames and burned fiercely. It was as if he had transformed into a blazing flame, illuminating her beautiful face. Song Jing had the urge to rush forward and extinguish the flames. She did not want Chu Li to disappear. A trace of rationality restrained her. She could only watch as Chu Li turned into flames and burned fiercely. The strange thing was that although the flames were burning fiercely, there was no temperature. It was as if it was just an illusion. The ice under him did not show any signs of melting. It was still hard and clear. After a while, the flames disappeared. A round, flawless, transparent bead appeared on the ground. It was as if it was carved out of solid ice. Song Jing walked forward and gently picked up the Saraira. Her emotions that had been surging like angry waves became more complicated. Her eyes were sore and tears were rising in her eyes. She was trying hard to hold back her tears. She placed the Saraira in her palm. She held it with both hands. It was as if she could feel a trace of warmth from the Saraira. The light and warmth enveloped her. Vaguely, she seemed to see Chu Li standing in front of her and smiling. Dingru, she sighed and carefully put the Saraira in her arms. She pressed it against her chest and felt the warmth and light. At this time, the bell of the Great Mercy Temple rang and shook the surroundings. All the disciples who were having their morning classes, cultivating in the courtyard, and chatting and laughing, stopped abruptly. They raised their heads and looked at the void above the Great Mercy Temple. Sounds of bell tolling came from the void. Amitabha Buddha, the shadows of 9 old monks appeared in the void. They faced Chu Li's direction and bowed with their palms pressed together. They chanted the name of Buddha. The name of Buddha spread through the void and did not dissipate for a long time. It was as if it could reach infinity. Chapter 28:17. When they finished chanting and stopped, they felt that their bodies and minds were purified. They had a deeper understanding of the world and the world. They felt closer and more enlightened. They bowed with their palms pressed together and walked towards the 9 old monks who had disappeared into the void. Then they started discussing. Junior brother Ding Ding, which Grandmaster passed away? A middle-aged monk asked the gloomy monk in a low voice. Ding Ding answered, Senior brother Ding Hua, it should be junior brother Ding Ru. Junior brother Ding Ru passed away? The middle-aged monk Ding Hua cried out involuntarily. Wasn't junior brother Ding Ru's cultivation level so high that he almost reached the top level of our Great Mercy Temple? Yes. Ding Ding did not have the mood to talk. Thinking that Chu Li had passed away, even as a monk, he could not help but feel sad, melancholic, and lost. He knew that Chu Li died because of the demons subduing Hall. Was it worth it to sacrifice himself for the demons subduing Hall and the Great Mercy Temple? If it were him, would he make the same choice? How could junior brother Ding Ru pass away? Isn't he cultivating in the temple? Ding Hua continued to ask. He was really curious. This legendary junior brother of the same generation was the focus of the entire temple. He was famous not only in the Great Mercy Temple, but also in the entire world. His name as a genius was known throughout the world. He was undoubtedly the top monk of Dada in the future. They were envious and honored that the Great Mercy Temple had such a powerful person. They did not expect him to pass away so suddenly. Ding Ding shook his head. He would deal with the masters of the devil doctrine. No wonder, Ding Hua suddenly realized. All the disciples of the Great Mercy Temple had a common understanding that the revival of the devil doctrine this time was more powerful than before. It was like an unstoppable flood. All the disciples of the Great Mercy Temple had no choice but to return to the temple to protect themselves. Song Jing of Mysterious Sky City greets Abbot Xing. A clear and melodious voice suddenly came from outside. It was calm and unhurried. The voice was clearly heard by every disciple of the Great Mercy Temple, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. The doors of the Great Mercy Temple were now closed, and the formation had been activated. Therefore, the noises from the outside should not be able to enter the temple. This would make it easier for her to comprehend the Dharma and cultivate in peace. As expected, Song Jing's cultivation level was profound. As soon as they heard this name, they recalled Song Jing's actions in the past. She humiliated the Great Mercy Temple and insisted on avenging her elder brother. They felt extremely helpless and avoided her like avoiding a snake or a scorpion. They suddenly thought, could it be that she heard the news of Ding Ru's death, so she deliberately came over to ridicule or even provoke Hui Guang and the others? Umapa. Xing's voice resounded throughout the entire Great Mercy Temple. He said slowly, "Almsgiver Song, we welcome you with open arms. Please." Everyone was stunned. They did not understand why the abbot was being so friendly. It was obvious that Song Jing was an enemy of the Great Mercy Temple. Although they would not kill her, it did not mean that they welcomed her. "Thank you, abbot," Song Jing said. Creak. The gate of the Great Mercy Temple opened. Then a row of yellow-clothed monks walked out. Their footsteps were as one. When they reached the bottom of the steps, they split into two groups and stood on both sides of the steps. Xing, the abbot, wore a purple gold kasaya and slowly walked out of the temple gate. He walked down the steps and bowed to Song Jing, who was at the bottom of the steps. "Almsgiver Song." Song Jing, who was dressed in a snow-white gown, looked at Xing calmly. She took out a clear and flawless bead from her bosom and handed it to Xing. "Abbot, this is Ding Ru's Sarira." Umipa. Xing solemnly bowed to the Sarira. Song Jing held the Sarira in the air with a solemn expression. She remained motionless, as if she had turned into a statue. The monks stared at the crystal relic with complicated expressions on their faces. They had never seen such a pure Sarira. The rest of the Sarira were like agates or gems, but none of them were like ice crystals. It was as pure as Ding Ru's junior brother's heart. It was a pity that such a person had passed away, and passed away early. After Xing bowed to Song Jing with pressed palms, he solemnly extended his hands and received the Sarira slowly and carefully. He raised it above his head and then held it up with both palms. He nodded to Song Jing. "Thank you, Almsgiver Song." Song Jing shook her head. "Almsgiver Song, please follow me to the ceremony," Xing said. "All right." Song Jing agreed without hesitation. Xing turned around and walked into the temple. Song Jing followed behind him, and the monks followed behind her. They entered the Great Mercy Temple together. Xing led the crowd to a towering pagoda. The pagoda was about 100 meters tall. The body of the pagoda seemed to be cast from iron. It shone with a dark luster under the sun, exuding a dignified aura. In front of the pagoda was an empty square. Most of the monks in the temple had already gathered there. Monk Hui Guang squeezed to the front and bowed quietly. He stared at the Sarira. "Abbot, is this Ding Ru's Sarira?" Xing stared at him and nodded gently. "Umipa." Monk Hui Guang bowed and chanted the name of Buddha. He did not know what to say. He had long expected that there would be such a day where the master and disciple would be separated from each other. However, he did not expect that this day would come so soon and so unexpectedly. Thousands of thoughts finally turned into a chant of Buddha. Umipa. All the monks bowed and chanted the name of Buddha at the Sarira solemnly and solemnly. Song Jing pursed her red lips tightly. She stood at the side and watched without moving. She suppressed her emotions that were floating like raging waves. Monk Xing turned his head to look at the 9 old monks who were walking slowly. "Martial uncles, we can start now." The 9 old monks appeared unknowingly and walked out of the crowd. Their steps were ordinary and did not show any profound cultivation. They were empty, as if they did not know any martial arts. They wore yellow monk robes that had been washed so many times that they were spotless. Their hands and faces were haggard, as if they were dying. They walked step by step to Xing and sat on the ground in the lotus position with him as the center. Xing also sat down slowly and held the saraira with both hands. All the monks stared curiously without blinking. They had never seen such a ceremony. Moo! The 9 monks suddenly made a madra and shouted at the same time. All the monks heard it, and their bodies trembled. The whole world seemed to be shaking, and their inner energy was almost scattered. Ma! The low shout seemed to come from the void and shook all directions. Song Jing looked at them in confusion. It did not look like they were going to pacify the saraira's aura or expiate souls. What were they doing? Her cultivation was profound, and she was in harmony with the void. She could restrain the vibration and not go with the flow. Incantation after incantation and hand gestures combined, stirring up the void. Gradually, a powerful force condensed in the void. Suddenly, a golden sun appeared in the sky above the great Mercy Temple and merged with this force. The golden sun merged with the force and disappeared without a sound. At the place where they disappeared, a black hole suddenly appeared in the void. The black hole was faintly discernible and unfathomable, as if it led to the endless void. There was a vague sound of Sanskrit coming from the black hole. All the monks widened their eyes. When they heard the sound of Sanskrit, they were slightly moved and yearned for it. They felt that the opposite side of the black hole might be the Buddhist land of bliss. They wanted to poke their heads in and take a look, but they did not dare to disturb the 9 monks who were performing the spell. Amipa! The 9 old monks suddenly chanted the name of Buddha. It sounded like a bronze bell. Everyone's mind suddenly became clear and their yearning disappeared. Their bodies were shaken by the name of Buddha until they trembled like a bronze bell. The black hole disappeared in a flash, and Chu Li's figure suddenly appeared in the void. Before the crowd could see clearly, several thunderbolts suddenly appeared and landed on him silently. Then, there was an earth-shattering rumble. Chapter 28:18. Xing and the 9 old monks' expressions changed. They had already used the secret skill of the Great Mercy Temple to summon Chu Li by force. As long as Chu Li could achieve perfection and meet the conditions for ascension, he could ascend directly without going through the divine gate. They were sure that the devil sect must have done something to the divine gate. Once he entered, he would be surrounded and killed by them. However, they did not expect that the divine gate was also tampered with. As soon as he came out, he was attacked by thunder. There was no thunder when one ascended. This world did not prohibit people from the lower realm from ascending. Instead, it encouraged them. Unfortunately, the people from the lower realm did not live up to expectations. Almost no one could ascend, and it was useless to summon them. Rumble. Thunder continued to fall. Huge silver snakes stretched from the sky to the ground and descended, trying to swallow Chu Li whole. Chu Li stood in the void and withstood the increasingly concentrated thunder. Xing and the others were anxious but helpless. Song Jing was overjoyed to see Chu Li reappear. However, she did not expect Chu Li to be in trouble immediately. The power of thunder was different from other forces. It could repel all forces and was the most overbearing. If Chu Li was attacked by so many thunder, he would probably turn into ashes. Not even the saraira would be left. She thought it was strange. Chu Li died in front of her and turned into a saraira. How could he be reborn? However, she quickly put these thoughts aside and thought about how to save Chu Li. Amitabha Buddha! Xing chanted the name of Buddha and threw out a small golden bell from his sleeve towards Chu Li. Ding, 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 ding. Amidst the dense and crisp sounds, all the lightning was attracted by this small golden bell. After the small golden bell absorbed all the lightning, it only let out a clear sound, but it didn't shatter into pieces as everyone expected. Chu Li sighed in relief. He made a hand seal in the void and disappeared in the next moment. The monks were stunned. Song Jing frowned too. She was puzzled and suspicious. Chu Li seemed to have never appeared before. It made them suspect that it was just an illusion created by the Saraira. Was he not a real person? Rumble. The thunder suddenly disappeared. The small golden bell floated back into Xing's big sleeve. His snow-white eyebrows twitched, and he sighed. Dingru. Abbot, what happened to junior brother Dingru? Ding Ding asked. Monk Xing said slowly. He has already lured away the lightning. Everyone immediately understood Chu Li's painstaking efforts and felt inexplicably emotional. Junior brother Dingru, you don't have to do this. Monk Ding Ding sighed and said, It's like a thunderbolt, but with the abbot's treasure blocking it. It's enough to protect him. Amitabha. He chanted the name of Buddha and felt that Chu Li was being unwise. Xing glanced at him and said, This treasure of mine can only block one thunderbolt. It will shatter the next time. You should have seen it. Monk Ding Ding was surprised. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Song Jing said, Abbot Master, I'll be leaving first. Benefactor Song is not waiting for Dingru to return? Xing asked. Song Jing shook her head gently. Our temple will remember almsgiver Song's kindness and will definitely repay it. Xing pressed his palms together and said. Song Jing smiled and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, she appeared in front of a towering peak and saw a thunderbolt bombarding Chu Li. It was as if Chu Li had fallen into a pool of lightning. The lightning seemed to have condensed into a liquid that soaked him. It was endless, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. She could not help but tremble as she watched. It was an instinctive reaction that came from her bones. Dingru, she shouted. Her voice pierced through the loud rumbling and drilled into Chu Li's ears. Chu Li had been operating the Great Circle mystical mirror. When he saw her appear, he stood in the lightning and smiled at her. Don't come over. He looked calm. There was no sign of pain or despair on his face. It was as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Song Jing could only sigh in admiration at her own inferiority. She raised her voice and shouted, You've really come back alive? Chu Li smiled and said, Yes, I'll come back to life. His voice clearly broke through the thunder and reached Song Jing's ears. He did not expect things to go so smoothly. As soon as his body dissipated, he immediately ascended and did not wait for his soul to float to the outland. Otherwise, he was worried that it would cause his body to collapse. Even if the outland's body was extremely strong, it might not be able to withstand two parts of his soul. After ascending to this world, he controlled the remaining soul in the demon's subduing hall and did not fly over, so that he would not be in danger of collapsing. He was prepared to increase the strength of this body as soon as possible and purify it with the hellfire, so that it could accommodate two parts of his soul. However, when he saw the thunder in the sky, he knew that he had fallen for the woman's trick. The thunder should not have appeared. It was obvious that she had done something to kill him with the help of the thunder. Did she not want to kill him herself? Chu Li had this guess. Could it be because he came from the lower realm and affected the fate of heaven? If she killed him, she would provoke a huge karma and cause endless trouble. Since she was going to do it herself, she would not be merciful. The last time she injured him in Song Jing, she would definitely die. However, she did not kill him immediately. Instead, she injured him and did not kill him, forcing him to sacrifice himself to save Song Jing. Based on her cultivation level, a sneak attack was enough to kill him. This time was the same. She did not appear directly, but used the power of thunder. The last time, she used Song Jing, and this time, she used the thunder. They were both killing with a borrowed knife, so he had this guess. Unfortunately, there were still things that she could not predict. She must not have thought that he was immune to the power of thunder. Due to the existence of a thunder orb, his body was already immune to thunder. Although the power of thunder was extremely overbearing, it did little to him and he could deal with it calmly. The heavenly demonic orb had also become more mysterious. It could devour the power of thunder, and the thunder orb was also absorbing the power of thunder. Through the pure power of thunder in the thunder orb, he could protect himself from most of the thunder damage. As for the remaining power of thunder, with his body, he could immediately recover after being injured, so he was not injured until now. Unbelievable. Song Jing shook her head lightly. Chuli smiled. Thank you. If you did not send the Sarira back to the Great Mercy Temple, I would not have survived. Song Jing frowned and stared at him. Under the light of the thunder, every pore on Chu Li's body could be seen clearly. She had been with Chu Li for a long time, so she was very familiar with him. She felt a little different, but she could not tell what it was. You're not a heavenly demonic sect disciple in disguise, are you? Song Jing asked. Chu Li could not help but laugh. A heavenly demonic sect disciple in disguise is different, right? All right, then how are you going to survive? Song Jing asked. At this moment, she could also see that Chu Li was not afraid of thunder. Instead, his strength was constantly increasing, as if he was using the power of thunder to cultivate. While feeling strange, she also felt relieved. Chu Li said, I won't die for now. Miss Song, do me a favor. Say it. Song Jing said. Chu Li said, help me find a soul lotus. Song Jing frowned. You want to get rid of this body and use the soul lotus as your body? Chu Li nodded lightly. That's a way. Song Jing nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 28:19. Chu Li smiled at her, but did not refute. He wanted the soul lotus not to deal with the current situation, but for another soul. The soul that was staying in the demon subduing hall could be resurrected with the soul lotus. It was only after he had died once that he realized why his soul could still exist and not perish like the previous demon subduing hall masters. Firstly, it was because he did not belong to this world and was forcefully kept here by the soul lotus. Secondly, the life and death scripture and earth matrix and reincarnation scripture existed, allowing him to return to the demon subduing hall at the most crucial moment. Otherwise, he would have died already. He broke out in cold sweat. This life and death experience allowed him to improve the life and death scripture and gain a deeper understanding of life and death. As long as one was a demon subduing hall master, they would have a lifespan of 100 years. The limit of 100 years was not only limited to the physical body, but also the soul. Thus, his soul was destined to only exist for 100 years. Even if it was not destroyed this time, it would not live for more than 100 years. If the two fused, he would not live for more than 100 years. Now, he had an opportunity to take advantage of it. All right, hold on for a while longer. You need a chance to obtain the soul lotus. I'll go take a look. Song Jing agreed and disappeared. Chu Li knew he did not have to wait too long and was confident in Song Jing. If Mystical Sky City could not obtain the soul lotus, there was almost no one in the world who could. With Mystical Sky City's ability, obtaining a soul lotus would be a piece of cake. A moment later, Song Jing appeared and took out a black box from her pocket. She looked at Chu Li, who was standing in the lightning. This is the soul lotus. How do I give it to you? You can put it aside. Miss Song, please leave, Chu Li said. Song Jing rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. All right, I'll go back first. With that, she put the black box aside and disappeared into the void. She had already returned to Mystical Sky City and did not watch from the side. Chu Li took a deep breath and disappeared into the thunder in a flash. The black box disappeared with him. The next moment, he appeared in the demon subduing hall. There were 9 small rotary towers in the demon subduing hall. It was these towers that allowed his soul to return here. Otherwise, it would have been pulled away by an invisible force and would not be able to control itself. A part of Chu Li's soul was contained in a chakram pagoda. Chu Li immediately opened the black box, and a snow-white, flawless lotus pod appeared. It exuded a fatal temptation, and one could not wait to pounce on it and devour it. The soul in the chakram pagoda entered the lotus pod. Following that, the lotus pod underwent a miraculous change. It grew rapidly from an embryo and gradually turned into another Chu Li that looked exactly like him. However, the temperament of the two Chu Lis was different. Chu Li's aura was ethereal like mist and smoke, but the Soul Lotus's aura was monstrous. It was as if it shone with the heavens and the earth, contending with the heavens and the earth. Just by standing there, he was able to steal everyone's attention, causing them to overlook the real Chu Li. Chu Li's eyes met the soul lotus bodies, and he felt like he was looking at himself in a mirror. It was familiar, but there was also a hint of unfamiliarity. The more he looked at it, the stranger it felt. Chu Li smiled and nodded at the soul lotus. Their minds were connected as one. It was as if they were looking at themselves in the mirror. They knew exactly what they were thinking, but they were multitasking. One of them was thinking about one thing while the other was thinking about something else, but they both knew that they were Chu Li. This strange feeling was indescribable and extremely wonderful. The soul lotus suddenly activated the glazed lotus scripture and began to use the hellfire to temper its body. 2 hours later, the soul lotus's body was almost no different from its original body. This was the mystery of the soul lotus. Its power originated from the soul. Although he was one person now and divided into two minds, the void of his mind was different. There was a Buddha and a demon in the void of the soul lotus mind, but there were still many Buddhas and heavenly demons in the void of his original body. The soul lotus body became the demon subduing temple master, but he did not transform into the demon subduing temple master himself. He could not use the real demon subduing seal, but he could use the Skyfall seal. The treasures that were placed on the treasure compartment in the demon subduing temple flew onto the soul lotus body. The interspatial bracelet, the 8 treasures glazed shield, and so on. His strength was instantly restored to its peak. Chu Li's original body was much weaker. It was just that his body had the heavenly demonic orb and the thunder orb. The existence of the heavenly demonic orb was very strange. He originally thought that he would have the heavenly demonic orb after inheriting the heavenly demon statue, but he realized that it was not the case. It was obvious that the heavenly demonic orb's existence was derived from the heavenly demon scripture in the lower realm. This was also the condensation of the wisdom of the heavenly demonic sect's disciples in the lower realm. His body quietly changed and quickly turned into Zhang Hanen's appearance. However, his aura was weak and only 1/10 of his current strength. Moreover, his heart technique was strange. He was using the heaven separation sect's sea of hatred heavenly deity power. However, the heart technique he could observe was limited. He could only observe the first 6 levels. Moreover, he could not cultivate it to a very deep realm in a short period of time. This heart technique was strange and required a unique state of mind. It was not something that could be cultivated with brute force. If it was not for Zhang Hanen's hatred parting orb, he would not have died so easily. He still had to take revenge. Although he said that he died in Zhang Hanen's hands, he actually died in the hands of the heavenly demonic sect master. He and the body of the soul lotus disappeared at the same time. In the next moment, he appeared in front of a valley while the body of the soul lotus appeared in the thunderstorm. It was still in its original position, facing the thunderstorm. Without the thunder orb and the heavenly demonic orb, he immediately felt strained. His body was so numb that he could not move. He could only watch helplessly as the thunderstorm struck him. Fortunately, the body of the soul lotus was strong. Moreover, it was tempered by the hellfire, making it even more tenacious. It would not be destroyed for a while after enduring the thunderstorm. He gritted his teeth and revealed a difficult expression. Song Jing quietly appeared and frowned. "Can you not escape?" Chu Li shook his head. "It is following my soul. It will not give up just because of the body of the soul lotus. It is chasing after me relentlessly." Sigh. Song Jing shook her head. "Let me do it. Then I will trouble you," Chu Li said without hesitation. Song Jing took out a round mirror the size of a palm. It was shiny and bright, and she tossed it into the sky. Rumble! The thunderbolts fell into the round mirror. The small round mirror contained all the thunderbolts without a sound. However, the mirror flashed with a blue light and became brighter. "Go!" Song Jing shouted. Chu Li disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared on another mountain peak. Rumble! The thunderbolts began to strike Chu Li. Song Jing hurriedly said, drip a drop of blood on the mirror. Chu quickly bit his index finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. The ruby-like blood bead shot onto the round mirror. Instantly, a red light flashed, and the mirror became even more blue. It was extremely beautiful. Chu came to Song Jing's side and let out a long sigh. What treasure is this? A substitute mirror. Song Jing glanced at him. Chu said, "It must be a great treasure, right? What do you think?" Song Jing said, "Fortunately, the mayor is generous and gave me this treasure mirror. Otherwise, even if she was strong, she could not provoke such thunderbolts. She was helpless." Chu sighed. "This move is vicious. Let's think about how to protect ourselves," Song Jing said. She also felt that Chu could not do anything to the leader of the demon sect. Now, she was not thinking about how to take revenge. Instead, she was thinking about how to protect her own life. He was lucky to be resurrected this time. But what about the next time? Chapter 28:20. Chu smiled. "If I'm not wrong, she can only kill me through schemes. She won't kill me directly." Makes sense. Song Jing immediately came to a realization and recalled what happened before. She frowned and pondered. If the demon sect leader really wanted to kill him, she could have done it directly. The last time was a great opportunity. Why did she kill him directly, but not Ding Ru? Why did she let him sacrifice his life to save her? There must be a reason behind this. But no matter what it was obvious that she had reservations and would not kill him directly. Chu said, "That's why you're in the most danger now. You should hurry back and leave the rest to me." "Do I have to hide from her forever?" Song Jing frowned. She was also a proud and arrogant person, but she was so scared that she could only hide. Only she knew the humiliation and pain she felt. She wanted to rush up and fight to the death with the demon sect leader. But she was still rational and knew that if she appeared in front of her, she would definitely die. Chu smiled. "I'll just get rid of her." Song Jing shook her head and laughed. She did not think that he could defeat the demon sect leader. Not to mention his unprecedented talent, she would not allow Ding Ru to continue growing with the gap in their cultivation levels. He would definitely be on guard and could die at any time. He would not be so lucky to be resurrected next time. The demon sect leader would definitely be prepared, and it would be foolproof. Chu smiled. "Can I deal with her? Do you have any ideas?" Song Jing asked. Chu said, "The more demon sect masters I kill, the faster my cultivation level will rise. I'll eventually be stronger than her." "She might not give you that chance," Song Jing said. She knew how terrifying the demon-slaying temple leader was. She cultivated both Buddhism and demonic arts, so she had almost no bottlenecks. The more demon sect disciples she killed, the stronger her cultivation level would become. She would not fall into a stagnation, and it was as if she could become stronger endlessly. Chu smiled. "I'll be more careful this time. I won't fall for it so easily." "I hope so." Song Jing nodded slowly. The demon sect leader was terrifyingly powerful, and Ding Ru was not easy to deal with either. As long as she was careful, it was still unknown who would die. She might even have a chance of survival. Chu said, "Remember not to come out again. You're worried that she'll play the same trick again and implicate you." Song Jing nodded. "Don't worry, I won't come out again. This time, I'll definitely improve my cultivation." Chu smiled and pressed his palms together. Song Jing took a deep look at him and floated away. Chu let out a sigh of relief and furrowed his brows. Without the threat of lightning, the soul lotus body that had been tempered by the hellfire had recovered its strength. However, it was impossible for it to threaten the devil sect's leader with its current cultivation. His mind kept replaying that palm strike. In front of the devil sect's sect master, he was powerless. He disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in front of a huge bald peak. He looked at the abyss in front of the huge peak. That was where the divine gate was. He guessed that Sun Mingyue was about to ascend. After seeing him ascend, Sun Mingyue no longer had any reluctance to leave and would ascend as well. The matters of the realm beyond heaven had already been taken care of, so there was no need for her to worry anymore. Other than Sun Mingyue, Lu Yuron would also ascend as well. However, he had not sensed the two women, so he felt that they had not ascended yet. On the other side, he lay in front of a valley and fainted. As soon as he fainted, two young men in green rushed out of the valley. They were handsome and wore green robes. They approached and helped Chu Li up. At the same time, they checked Chu Li's injuries. Their faces instantly turned solemn. "Isn't Senior Brother Zhang dead?" One of the young disciples frowned. He had a square face and a dignified aura between his brows. It gave people a sense of trust when they saw him. The other young man nodded. He died in the hands of monk Dingru. His round face was smiling, smooth and gentle. It was very comfortable to look at. When they saw Zhang Hanhen, who was disguised as Chu Li, return, they did not feel happy. Instead, they were full of doubts. Everyone else saw Zhang Hanhen's death, especially those who saw it were the top young masters of each sect. They would not speak carelessly. Since they saw it with their own eyes, it should be true. Why did Zhang Hanhen suddenly appear? Their first thought was that someone was impersonating him. Thus, they checked Chu Li's body and found that it was really the Heavenly Hatred Sea emotion power. This Heavenly Hatred Sea emotion power was a secret that was not passed down. No matter how powerful Heavenly Demonic Sect was, it was impossible for them to learn it. "Let's go." The two of them helped Chu Li into the ravine. Their footsteps were unusually fast. After a few turns, they entered the ravine. Then, a young girl came out to welcome them. When she saw Chu Li's appearance, she was shocked. "Senior Brother Zhang? Senior Brother Zhang is back." She cried out in a sweet voice, instantly startling the entire ravine. The people in the ravine came one after another. Soon, they surrounded Chu Li and looked at him curiously. The young girl had been leaning in front of him. She tugged at Chu Li's sleeve. "Senior Brother Zhang? Wake up! Wake up!" Chu Li slowly opened his eyes. He smiled. "Junior Sister Lu." Now that the great circle mystical mirror had become more profound, and in the ravine, the disciples were not vigilant. They did not use any treasures to protect their minds, so he could clearly see their thoughts. The young girl, Lu Hong, smiled sweetly. "Senior Brother Zhang, you're not dead?" Chu Li sighed. "I don't understand what happened either. Why am I not dead?" Lu Hong said, "Heaven helps the worthy. I've always believed that you're not dead, Senior Brother Zhang. Yet, they said that your head was chopped off and you're dead." Chu Li nodded. "It seems like my head was chopped off, but I somehow came back to life. It's really strange. After I woke up, I rushed back. Unfortunately, my martial arts was mostly crippled. I wanted to, but I couldn't." "Senior Brother Zhang, it's good that you're alive," Lu Hong said. "We've never seen that monk Dingru. You must explain to everyone how to deal with that stupid monk." Chu Li revealed a fearful expression. He frowned and shook his head. "Junior Sister Lu, it's better not to talk about him." Lu Hong looked at his expression and nodded knowingly. "Senior Brother Zhang, quickly recuperate. I'll lend you a hand." Chu Li shook his head. "I'll do it myself. What I want to understand the most is how I'm still alive." "Then someone must have saved you." Lu Hong smiled. "You must have met an extraordinary person, so you came back to life." Chu Li pondered. As they spoke, the crowd suddenly parted to reveal a middle-aged man and woman. The man was dressed in a green tunic and looked elegant. The woman was dressed in a pink palace dress and looked elegant and luxurious. They looked like a perfect couple and attracted everyone's attention. "Sect leader," everyone greeted him. "Master," Chu Li Fizz saluted. "Your unfilial disciple is back." He could read from everyone's minds that these two were the sect leader and vice-sect leader of Heavenly Demonic Sect. The true sect leader, Fu Xiaoning, and the vice-sect leader, Li Tianya. Li Tianya frowned. "You used the resentment pearl, too?" "Yes." Chu Li nodded. This master of his did not care about his safety and only cared about the treasure. It seemed like this master was very harsh. Li Tianya asked, "Did you kill Monk Dingru?" "No, he killed him instead," Chu Li said solemnly. "I was too careless. I've already warned you time and again that you must be careful of that Monk Dingru. He's not that simple, but you've turned a deaf ear to everything," Li Tianya said coldly, "so much so that you ended up dying." Chapter 28-21. Li Tianya shook his head. Zhang Hanhen was arrogant. He thought he could dominate the world just by being the leader of the sect. What a joke. In the end, he died a violent death. If it wasn't for his good luck, how could he have come back? It's good that he's back, Fu Xiaoning said. It's important that he's lucky enough. Hanhen, who saved you? Her eyes were as calm as still water, but it made Chu Li wary. It was as if she could see through his thoughts. If he did not let Fu Xiaoning see through his mind, she would notice something was wrong. If she did, she would notice something was wrong too. It was a dilemma, and he needed to be decisive. Chu Li shook his head in confusion. Sect leader, I was confused too. I woke up out of nowhere, but I was at the peak of a mountain. I came back to life, but my martial arts was almost crippled. It seemed like I sacrificed my martial arts and lifespan to revive. Of course, Fu Xiaoning said. The law of heaven and earth states that there's always a loss for every gain. You must have paid a price for your survival. If you didn't pay a price, the other party must have paid for it. They saved your life and bore the loss for you, unless they're your parents. She speculated that it must have been done by a master who was passing by. This was also a rare luck. To people in the martial arts world, luck was the most precious. With enough luck, one could have a fortuitous encounter and improve by leaps and bounds. With enough luck, one could turn danger into safety and escape death. Not only did Zhang Hanhen survive this time, but he also benefited from it. Otherwise, his mind would have been in a daze. Could it be that this master was the leader of the devil sect? She then shook her head. The leader of the devil sect would not do such a thing. Although Zhang Hanhen was talented and was the top master among the younger generation of heavenly demonic sect, he would not be noticed by the leader. The world was big, and there were countless extraordinary people. It was hard to guess. Perhaps Zhang Hanhen benefited from the disaster and rose quickly to become the pillar of heavenly demonic sect. Therefore, she should not be too harsh on him. Chu Li looked dejected and sighed. Sect leader, I don't know when I can recover my cultivation level. I think it'll be hard to recover. No, Fu Xiaoning said. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise and you'll improve. Chu Li smiled bitterly. Thank you for your auspicious words, sect leader. Bastard brat, how could sect master lie to you? Li Tianya shouted, glaring at him coldly. Chu Li shrunk his neck and hurriedly said, Yes, master, I was too arrogant. Go back and cultivate properly. Li Tianya scolded impatiently. Don't come out if you don't get your cultivation back. Chu Li put on a long face and nodded helplessly. Senior martial brother, Fu Xiaoning chuckled. It's worth congratulating him for coming back safely with hatred in his heart. Don't be so cold to him and chill his heart. What kind of heart does he have? Li Tianya said angrily. What a heartless fellow. All he does is go out and make a fool of himself. Chu Li walked into the ravine with his tail between his legs. Everyone stepped aside and looked at him in amusement. They had seen this kind of situation many times, so they were not surprised. Vice Sect Master Li Tianya had always believed that a strict master would produce a brilliant disciple, and he was extremely strict with his direct disciple Zhang Hanhen. He never said a single good word to Zhang Hanhen, and only Zhang Hanhen could endure it and persevere. Chu Li secretly let out a sigh of relief and slowly arrived at a small courtyard. He did not expect to pass so easily. He thought that he would have to interrogate them thoroughly, but he easily entered by pretending to be ignorant and not being suspected. It was obvious that they were very confident in their heaven's hatred sea and felt that no one could imitate it. They did not know that Chu Li had the scripture of the heavenly demon, the great circle mystical mirror, and the demon suppression seal. He was better at cultivating the martial arts of the demonic sect than the original disciples. As long as he was given enough time and opportunity, he could cultivate the martial arts of the demonic sect to be better than the masters of the demonic sect. Sitting in the small courtyard, he let out a sigh of relief and continued to activate the Heaven's Hatred Sea and wanted to advance to the next level. The Heaven's Hatred Sea and Emotion Sea required enough experience and a state of mind. One had to experience an emotional setback, and the more unforgettable the setback, the better. The more intense the love and hatred, the more beneficial it was for cultivation. to prevent the disciples from knowing about it in advance. Experiencing emotions for the sake of cultivation would cause them to be unable to fully concentrate. It would be useless in the end, as none of the disciples knew about this secret. They only knew that the heavens hatred sea and emotion sea could only be cultivated under special conditions, so it would not be leaked. However, they did not know what the conditions were. It was a secret kept secret by the sect leader and the vice-sect leader. Chuli saw it in the records of the Demon Suppression Hall. Although he was in harmony with the ladies, he had also experienced life and death, and the entanglement of love and hate. Therefore, cultivating the heavens hatred sea and emotion sea was not difficult at all. He advanced very quickly, and after 2 hours, he vaguely advanced to the next level. The sound of footsteps was heard. Li Qianya pushed the door open and entered. He walked to him with his hands behind his back and looked at him. Chuli stopped and closed fist saluted. "Master." Li Qianya scoffed. "What happened?" Chuli smiled bitterly. "Master, I was really muddle-headed. I died for no reason, and then I came back to life for no reason. It's as if the heavens are playing a joke on me." "What about Monk Dingru?" Li Qianya asked. "Are you confident if you meet him again?" Chuli hesitated and slowly shook his head. "Looks like you've lost your confidence this time." Li Qianya scoffed. "Your grudge separation pearl was used very well." He almost died on the spot. Unfortunately, he was lucky and held on for another 2 days. "He's dead now." "He's really dead?" Chuli hurriedly asked. "He won't come back to life like me, right?" "Definitely not." Li Qianya shook his head. Chuli looked hesitant. Li Qianya scoffed. "I heard that it was that person who did it. She definitely won't give Monk Dingru a chance to come back to life." "That's good." Chuli let out a sigh of relief. "But master, since that person did it herself, why didn't she do it earlier?" "Who knows?" Li Qianya shook his head. "No one in the world can guess her thoughts, but she must have her reasons for doing things. She won't be wrong. Your sacrifice won't be in vain. You'll have a great opportunity in the future." Chuli smiled. "Master, are you trying to let me gain her appreciation?" "Yes." Li Qianya said, "If you want to become a sect leader, this is the only way. Otherwise, with your aptitude and cultivation advancement, there's no hope." "Don't worry, master," Chuli said. "This time, after dying and coming back to life, I have a deeper understanding of the ocean of hatred and heaven's passion power. My cultivation advancement is very fast. I'll be able to recover my cultivation level very soon. I might even advance another level. Then this time, I didn't suffer in vain." Li Qianya nodded in satisfaction. He stroked his beard and had a free and easy demeanor. "You can't be lax with Lu Hong either. You must firmly bind her heart." "Yes." Chuli showed a helpless expression. Li Qianya scoffed. "She has feelings for you. Just don't let her down." He could naturally see his disciples' feelings for Lu Hong. It was not that he did not like Lu Hong. He just did not want to like her for the sake of utility. That would tarnish his true feelings and sincerity. He secretly scolded his disciple for being childish. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only turn a blind eye. Fu Xiaoning was a discerning person. Zhang Hanan's feelings for Lu Hong were not real. Chapter 28-22. Chuli remained silent. Li Qianya scoffed. "Don't forget that our heaven's hatred technique needs to be cultivated by a man and a woman together, or else it'll be difficult to perfect it. It's useless for you to cultivate it alone." Chuli replied, "Yes, master." "All right, let's cultivate." Li Qianya was about to leave. Chuli hurriedly said, "Master, I want to re-enter the land of heritage." Li Qianya frowned at him and scoffed with his hands behind his back. "You only need to go through the land of heritage once. You won't forget it. Why do you want to go in again?" Chuli said, "I feel that my understanding of the inheritance was too shallow." "You don't have to enter the land of heritage, do you?" Li Qianya asked. Chuli looked embarrassed. "I won't hide it from master. When I woke up this time, my mind wasn't very clear. I forgot most of the inheritance. I need to accept it again." "There's such a thing?" Li Qianya frowned and stared at him. Chuli looked at him calmly. "I really don't know what's wrong with my mind. Not only did I lose my cultivation, but I also forgot most of the inheritance. Will I never be able to cultivate it back? Do you still remember the past? Li Tianya asked. Chuli nodded. I remember this very clearly. You entered the sect at 3 and became an official disciple at 10. You're considered a genius. What kind of injury did you suffer when you were young? Li Tianya asked. Chuli smiled. Master, I encountered a tiger in the mountains when I was young and was almost eaten by it. Master, you came in time to save me. I can't forget this no matter what. He was secretly glad that his spirit was now strong enough to see through Li Tianya's mind. Otherwise, he would be stumped. Li Tianya was extremely vigilant and already had suspicions. After experiencing life and death this time, coupled with his ascension, the scripture of life and death advanced to another level. It made his spirit stronger and above the current world. If Li Tianya had treasures and was extremely vigilant and defensive, he might not be able to see through it. But now, he could easily see through it. Even if Li Tianya had doubts, it was just a doubt. Remember, Li Tianya snorted. That's why you're someone who has died once. You have to be more cautious in your actions. You can't be reckless and impulsive. You can enter the land of inheritance again, but you have to sneak in to prevent others from finding out. Only the master and disciple knew that Zhang Hanhen was attacked. No one else knew about it. No matter how much torture Zhang Hanhen was subjected to, he would never confess to such a thing. If Chuli said this, it meant that he was not a fake. Yes, Chuli quickly nodded. The most important aspect of the inheritance of the hate ocean of emotion technique was not the mental cultivation method, but the concept. Even if he could see through Li Tianya's thoughts and see the entire mental cultivation method of the hate ocean of emotion technique, he still wouldn't be able to cultivate it. The inheritance realm was extremely important. Li Tianya took out an ink-black metal plate from his bosom and handed it to him. Chuli gave a fist salute. Thank you, master. He respectfully received the iron plate. It was cold to the touch, but also faintly emitted heat. The coldness and heat seemed to interweave together. The material was strange, and he had never seen it before. It was impossible for it to be forged. Li Tianya snorted. Cultivate well and act calmly. You should thank me. He did not wait for Chuli to speak and stepped out of the courtyard. Chuli followed him out of the courtyard and went inside. Soon, he walked along a quiet and secluded path and arrived in front of a thatched cottage. This cottage was located halfway up the mountain. It was hidden by the forest, and almost no one could see it. Chuli stopped in front of the cottage. The door was tightly shut. The body of the cottage seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of time. It was old and mottled, withstanding the wind and rain. It looked like it could collapse at any time. He pressed the ink-black metal plate on the door. Rumble! A dull sound was heard as the door opened. The door that looked old and could be blown away by a gust of wind turned out to be made of thick stone. It slowly slid open to reveal a hole. Chuli stepped in and slowly walked down the stairs. Finally, he walked down 199 steps and arrived at an empty stone room. As he walked down, the luminous pearls on both sides of the stairs lit up one by one, illuminating the stone room as if it was daytime. In the middle of the stone room, there were two statues of a man and a woman. The man's green robe fluttered in the wind with a long sword hanging on his waist. He was extraordinarily handsome. The woman's dress fluttered in the wind like a fairy. She held a flute in her hand, and her beautiful face had a sweet smile. The two of them were so lifelike as if they were alive. Chuli knew that these two were the founders of Heavenly Demonic Sect. They were the powerful people who created the Heavenly Hatred Sea emotion power. The man and the woman were originally bitter partners, but they eventually reconciled and were entangled with each other for a lifetime. Cultivating the Heavenly Hatred Sea emotion power also needed to match their state of mind. First, it was hatred mixed with a hint of love. Then, it was love mixed with a hint of hatred. Love and hatred intertwined. Pure hatred and pure love were not compatible with their state of mind. It was difficult to cultivate the Heavenly Hatred Sea emotion power. Moreover, this state of mind with love and hatred was not something ordinary people could have. One needed to personally experience it, and the other needed to be inherited. The inheritance would allow them to feel the shadow of the state of mind. Truly closed fist saluted. No matter what, even if they were not his real founders, Chuli still respected them for their wisdom. Unfortunately, Heavenly Separation Sect was a demonic sect. They were eccentric and often killed people. After he closed fist saluted, he pressed his palms on the hands of the statues. Ding! A clear sound like a jade bell rang. Chu Li's eyes suddenly became dazed. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. He left the stone room and returned to the lower realm. He saw Shao Qi again. Shao Qi was standing on the stargazing tower, looking up at the full moon in the night sky. The full moon was like a jade plate, glowing with a clear light. It shone on Shao Qi's snow-white gown and her beautiful face. She was like a fairy under the moon. He dare not look at her directly. She was otherworldly, as if she was riding the wind. Chu Li stood behind her and listened to her light breathing. It was as if the entire stargazing tower was filled with a delicate fragrance. Chu Li, let's separate. Shao Qi looked at the moon and said faintly. Chu Li frowned. Why? I want to cultivate the regal sword scripture. Shao Qi said softly. I want to cut off my emotions. I can't be entangled with the threads of love. Must you cultivate this scripture? Chu Li asked unwillingly. He was suddenly filled with panic, as if he was about to lose her. They were clearly in love, but they had to separate. He could not bear it and did not dare to imagine it. His face became even uglier. There are many mystical and antique studies in the world. Why must you cultivate the regal sword scripture? Because it was painstakingly obtained by my mother. Shao Qi sighed. Forget about me. Can you really cut off the threads of love? Chu Li asked. Shao Qi nodded. Although I'm helpless, and I might regret it, I still have to make this choice. I'll let you down in this life. If there's an afterlife, let's meet again. Chu Li gritted his teeth and slowly nodded. His chest was burning with anger. He wanted to scream at the sky, but he knew it was useless. Once Shao Qi made a decision, she would not change her mind. From then on, the two of them would become strangers. He was filled with passionate love and hatred, but he could do nothing about it. Chapter 28-23. Sigh. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. This scene had indeed happened before, but it felt like a long time ago. It was as if it happened in his past life and was unreachable. He and Shao Qi were an old couple, but they rarely spent time together. They always missed each other and missed each other. Now that he thought about it, he still felt melancholy. Although they could see each other in their minds, they could not touch her warm body. It always felt empty, and the longing grew stronger. The hatred hidden in his heart had dissipated. He did have a trace of hatred back then, but it had long dissipated. Now that he thought about it, it was washed away by the longing. He looked at the two statues and was amazed at how mysterious they were. They could stimulate love and hate in people's hearts. As long as he grasped this feeling and cultivated according to it, he would definitely advance faster. This feeling of love mixed with hate and hate mixed with love was unforgettable. It was so deeply imprinted that it was almost impossible to forget. He looked around. The empty stone room was as bright as day. Apart from the two statues, there was nothing else. Even if he used the great circle mystical mirror to observe, he could not find anything else. He fist saluted and left the stone room. He returned to the small courtyard and sat at the stone table, thinking about the inheritance. The so-called inheritance was to imprint the wonderful feeling of love and hate. If he could find this feeling, it would be easy to cultivate. If he could not find it, the cultivation would be slow and he would not be able to reach a higher level. He thought about it and continued to activate the ocean of hatred emotion power. He was savoring the feeling of love and hate. Suddenly, the ocean of hatred emotion power became lively. His energy was agile and light. He did not even need to activate it. It flowed in his meridians at a speed that was 5 times faster than before. He could not believe that his inner energy flowed so quickly. Even with his various skills, his inner energy could not reach such a speed. It was like a flood. With such progress, His cultivation progressed at a tremendous speed. It was beyond imagination. He wanted to see how far he could cultivate. The stronger the ocean of hatred emotion power, the more powerful the demon slaying hall would be. Knock! Knock! 2 knocks were heard. Chuli did not stop. He called out, "Come in." Lu Hong pushed the door open and entered the small courtyard. She looked at Chuli. "Senior brother Zhang, are you okay?" Chuli shook his head and smiled, continuing to channel. "You really don't remember what happened?" Lu Hong blinked her big bright eyes and asked curiously, "Don't tell me there's something that's hard to say?" Chuli shook his head. "I really don't remember." "Junior sister Lu, congratulations, you've advanced to the next level." Lu Hong narrowed her eyes and smiled. "That's nothing. I'm still a long way off from you, senior brother Zhang." She had always been compared to Zhang Han by her master, who urged her to cultivate harder. Now that he had finally caught up, he did not feel excited or happy. He sighed and said, "You have to be careful of senior brother Song. He has been looking for an opportunity to make a move on you." Chuli nodded. Lu Hong snorted. "What a shameless fellow, taking advantage of others when they are down." Chuli said, "If he wants to spar, he can come." His heart trembled. Even though he knew the sea of hatred heavenly emotion technique, he didn't know the other martial arts of the Heaven Separation School, especially Zhang Han's original martial art. So it was easy for him to give himself away. Lu Hong said, "I won't let senior brother Song succeed." Chuli shook his head and said, "If senior brother Song wants to find me, he must have a way. Junior sister Lu, you don't need to waste your efforts." Song, he was a young talent below him, but he was always firmly suppressed by him, so he was not convinced. If there was a chance to cause trouble for him, he would not miss it. Even if he knew it was useless, he still wanted to make him uncomfortable. This time was the same. Even if Song Yi could defeat him, no one would admit that Song Yi was stronger than him. But with Song Yi's temperament, he would still do it, and he would not get tired of it. Song Yi's methods were powerful, and Lu Hong was naive. She was not his opponent. Lu Hong snorted and said, "It is useless no matter how powerful he is. I have my own plans." She proudly smiled and turned to leave. Chuli shook his head and no longer thought about it. He continued to channel the sea of hatred heavenly emotion technique. He could forget about these martial arts. As long as he could cultivate the sea of hatred heavenly emotion technique to a deeper level, they would not suspect him. As time passed, his inner energy flowed faster and faster. 2 hours later, he had already advanced to the first level, and then the second level, and then the third level. By nightfall, he had already cultivated the ocean of hatred heaven emotion technique to the 7th level. His spirit was strong, his will was firm, and he could control his emotions more easily. That was why he could maintain the state of love and hate in his heart. Under such a state of mind, the speed of his cultivation was beyond imagination. He knew that the reason why he could improve so quickly was because of this state of mind. Other people could not achieve his strong spirit and control the state of mind. The state of mind was the most changeable and unpredictable. The more one tried to maintain it, the harder it was to maintain it. It was impossible to ask for it, but it was also impossible to not ask for it. By the next morning, he had completed the 7th level and touched the shadow of the 8th level. The speed was so fast that even he was shocked. If that was the case, the sea of hatred heavenly emotion technique was a martial art that could be mastered quickly. If he continued to cultivate at this speed, he would be able to complete it in no time. The next morning, there was a knock on the door. Chuli raised his voice and said, "Come in." A young man with an ordinary face pushed the door open and floated in. He smiled and closed fists saluted. "Senior brother Zhang, congratulations." Chuli glanced at him. "Junior brother Song, why are you congratulating me?" Song Yi's appearance was ordinary, and he was not tall. He stood in a crowd and was hard to notice. However, his cultivation level was top-notch. It was just that Chuli's cultivation level was higher than Song Yi's. "Senior brother Zhang, you escaped with your life. Isn't that a happy thing?" Song Yi said with a smile. Chuli nodded. "You can say that. Although I lost my martial arts, it's still martial arts. I can cultivate it again. My life is more important, isn't it? Song Yi smiled and looked at Chu Li carefully. His face gradually became serious, and he looked at him hesitantly. Chu Li smiled. Yes, it's easy to cultivate it back. It's not a big deal. Thank you, Junior Brother Song. Is there anything else, Junior Brother Song? As he spoke, he took a step forward. His aura gushed out like a raging wave crashing against the shore. Bam! Songy could not help but take 2 steps back. His face turned pale. Chu Li said, Junior Brother Song, I have to disappoint you again. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect. Song Yi scoffed. Senior Brother Zhang is indeed Senior Brother Zhang. I'm impressed. Chu Li smiled. Junior Brother Song, do you want to spar and see how much you've improved? There's no need. Song Yi hurriedly waved his hand and smiled. I haven't had any fortuitous encounters in the sect. I'm still the same. I won't embarrass myself. Chu Li said, I see that your cultivation level has improved, Junior Brother Song. However, our heart technique doesn't require hard work. Your cultivation method is going astray, so it's better to be careful. Song Yi sneered in his heart, but his face was full of smiles. Yes, yes. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Brother Zhang. Junior Brother Song, you really don't want to spar? Chu Li took another step forward. Song Yi took the opportunity to retreat and floated out of the courtyard. He closed fist, saluted, and laughed. Senior Brother Zhang's cultivation level has recovered and improved. Congratulations. Goodbye. When he turned his head, he saw Lu Hong glaring at him with a gloomy face. Chapter 28-24 Hunwen Web. Chapter 28-25 Song Yi looked embarrassed and closed fist saluted. Junior Sister Lu. Despicable person. Lu Hong sneered. Despicable person who takes advantage of others. Song Yi said, Junior Sister Lu, you've wronged me. Didn't you take the opportunity to challenge Senior Brother Zhang? Adding insult to injury. Lu Hong said coldly, even if you win, it will be a joke. Who will admit it? If you're a real man, wait for Senior Brother Zhang to recover his martial arts before challenging him. Junior Sister Lu, you've misunderstood. I'm just here to visit Senior Brother Zhang and see how he's recovering. I'm not as despicable as you think. Song Yi shook his head. Junior Sister Lu, you've misunderstood me. Lu Hong sneered. So you didn't challenge Senior Brother Zhang? No. Song Yi nodded confidently. Lu Hong frowned and stared at him. Song Yi said, Junior Sister Lu, Senior Brother Zhang is in the courtyard. How can I lie to you? All right, you found your conscience for once. Lu Hong waved her hand and scoffed. Hurry up and leave. Song Yi couldn't do anything to her. Who asked her to be the precious disciple of the sect leader? He couldn't afford to offend her. Otherwise, the sect leader would definitely make things difficult for him. Therefore, he cupped his fists and said, Then I'll take my leave. He turned and glided away. Lu Hong scoffed and entered the courtyard to see Chu Li. He was cultivating and smiled. Junior Sister Lu, Junior Brother Song really didn't challenge me. Lu Hong's expression changed. She found it hard to believe and widened her eyes. Senior Brother Zhang, you? Chu Li smiled. I suddenly had an understanding of the heart technique, so my cultivation speed increased. It's really a blessing in disguise. Lu Hong looked at Chu Li. No wonder Senior Brother Song didn't challenge you. He's just asking to be humiliated. Chu Li said, Junior Brother Song is still very smart. Just a little bit of cleverness. How annoying. Lu Hong sneered. Senior Brother Zhang, you've gone up a level and far surpassed me. Master will probably reprimand me again. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Let's go out and investigate the whereabouts of Monk Ding Ru, Lu Hong said. Chu Li's expression changed and slowly shook his head. Lu Hong said, Is he that scary? Chu Li sighed. You won't know how scary he is without experiencing it for yourself. Words alone are no proof. Anyway, it's better not to touch him. Take care of your life. As he boasted about himself, he did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he felt that it was interesting. These fellows were all proud and arrogant people. The more he boasted about how powerful he was, the more unconvinced they were, and they insisted on finding him and killing him. Therefore, whenever he had the chance, he would try his best to boast about himself. This was to stimulate their ambition and desire to win, so that they would come to him on their own accord, so that they would not have to come to him one by one. Lu Hong snorted, "Then I'll have to see it for myself." Chu Li sighed and said, "Junior sister Lu, why do you have to do this? The world is so big, and there are so many extraordinary people. Monk Dingru won't make a difference. There's no need to meet him." Without waiting for Lu Hong to reply, he cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Junior sister Lu, I still need to cultivate for a while." Fine." Lu Hong turned around and left resentfully. Chu Li's soul lotus body stood quietly on a mountain peak. He looked down at the abyss below with a solemn expression. He had been waiting here for 2 to 3 days, but he did not see Sun Mingyue and Lu Yuro. This was very strange. Both of them had broken through the last stage and could ascend soon. They were just waiting for him. If he ascended now, they would be able to ascend immediately. Logically speaking, they should be right behind him. However, until now, he had not sensed the two of them. As long as the two of them ascended, they would be in the same realm. With his senses, he would definitely be able to find them. However, he could not sense their energy at all. It meant that they were not on this heaven and had not ascended. Had they not ascended, or had they ascended somewhere else? He was slightly worried. After a while, he thought of an idea. He set up a formation and hid himself within it. Then, a bright light flew out from his forehead and disappeared into the abyss. A strand of his soul flew through the divine gate and arrived at the outland. He then attached it to a dying old man. The old man was bitten by a poisonous snake. His body was swollen and black. At this time, a strand of Chu Li's soul entered and automatically activated his inner energy. Inner energy that originally did not exist in his body was filled with it. Under the operation of his inner energy, the snake venom was quickly removed. He sat up with a whoosh, and his swollen face slowly returned to normal. The life and death scripture continuously transferred spiritual energy and transformed it into strands of inner energy in his body. Then it strengthened his body. Soon, he could control his inner energy to perform the light body technique. Then his mind opened and his senses grew. He focused and sensed his surroundings, searching for the two women's energy, but found nothing. He did not believe it and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in his wheel pagoda in the victorious light realm. He sensed again, but still could not sense Sun Mingyue's energy. It was as if she did not exist in this world. Chu Li activated the heavenly demon scripture and quickly entered the second level. He transformed into his own appearance and floated in front of Ji Ming Fei. Ji Ming Fei was cultivating in the courtyard. When she saw him suddenly appear, her sword flashed and stabbed at him. Chu Li bent his finger and flicked it lightly. Ding! In the clear sound, Ji Ming Fei took a step back and looked at Chu Li with a smile. Although she saw that Chu Li's cultivation level was weak, she did not take it seriously. Chu Li had a way to hide his cultivation level. Even someone as strong as she could not see it. Chu Li asked, "Where's Mingyu?" Ji Ming Fei was surprised. "Don't you know that the Realm Master has ascended? When did this happen?" Chu Li frowned. Ji Ming Fei said, "You just left and the Realm Master hurriedly followed and ascended. Didn't you find the Realm Master?" She then smiled and said, "The Realm Master will go to the Light Realm. You might not be able to find it, but it is said that it is a very hidden paradise. It is no different from the Western Paradise. The Realm Master has ascended there, and you can enjoy yourself." The Light Realm. Chu Li frowned and thought. He did not find a Light Realm's force, nor did he sense Sun Mingyue. This was not good. Could it be that the force she ascended to was able to block his prying and sensing? If that was the case, then he could not underestimate it. However, his instincts told him that something was wrong. It did not seem like she had entered such a great force. Could it be that she suddenly died? He waved his hand and said, "Ming Fei, you cultivate first. I will go to the Azura realm." "Sir, there is no need to go there. Miss Lu has also ascended and caused a lot of trouble." Ji Ming Fei shook her head and said, No one thought that she would ascend in such a short time. Also ascended. Chu Li's face darkened. The two women would not enter a faction that he could not sense. There was only one possibility. They had met with an accident. Thinking of this, his face became uglier. He immediately guessed that it was the demon sect leader's doing. If he could not find the two women or never see them again, even if he killed the demon sect leader 100 times, it would not be enough. Chapter 28-26. Chu Li slowly shook his head. His expression grew darker. Where did Sun Mingwei and Lu Yurong go? He had no idea. Could they be on their way to ascension? Or could they have been harmed by the demon sect leader as soon as they ascended? His senses were sharp, but he couldn't tell if he could sense that they were in danger. The leader of the Devil's Doctrine had the ability to conceal the mysteries of heaven and sense. His ability to predict the mysteries of heaven paled in comparison to her. This feeling was extremely frustrating. However, the Heaven Secrets prediction technique could not be improved at will. It required enough opportunities. Once the Heaven Secrets came, there would be a chance. Forcing it was just asking for trouble. Only then did Ji Ming Fei react. She was surprised. "Sir, why are you here? Didn't you already ascend?" She really did not know that one could return after ascension. There had never been a single case. Although there were enlightened masters who descended, none of them ascended. However, it was to be expected. There were very few who ascended from this world. How could there be such a coincidence that the enlightened masters descended to meet them? Chu Li said, "If they have any news, let me know." He passed a jade pendant to Ji Ming Fei. Ji Ming Fei asked, "Sir, what should I do?" "Put your thoughts into the jade pendant. Naturally, you will be able to meet me," Chu Li said. This jade pendant was made by Yuan. Although it did not have much power against enemies and was easily overlooked, it was mysterious. It could allow one's spirit to break through the limits of the two worlds and have limited communication. Although it could not reach the level of Shao Qi's skill, they could still communicate and know each other's news. Ji Ming Fei took the jade pendant and nodded. "Sir, don't worry. If there is news of the Boundary Master and Miss Lu, I will let you know." Chu Li nodded. "I will leave first." "Sir, you won't stay for a few days?" Ji Ming Fei asked. Chu Li shook his head. "You are the Boundary Master with ease. There is no need for me to say anything." Ji Ming Fei shook her head. "Sir, I am not that easy. I only realized how powerful the Boundary Master is after I became the Boundary Master. I can't do that. I just follow the Boundary Master's rules. That is enough." Chu Li said, "It is a good thing that she left early in case things get out of hand." Radiant Surpassing Realm was getting stronger and stronger. Sun Mingwei was full of ambition. She wanted Radiant Surpassing Realm to become the #1 sect in the world, and she almost succeeded. Fortunately, she ascended at the crucial moment and didn't let Radiant Surpassing Realm take the final step. Otherwise, Sun Mingwei and the other three might not be able to defend it. Ji Ming Fei sighed softly. After the Realm Master left, more and more sects became restless. "I am prepared to teach them a lesson." Chu Li nodded. "It's time to establish your authority. Otherwise, they'll think that you're weak and easy to bully." Ji Ming Fei smiled sweetly and said, "Teacher, if you say so, I will feel at ease." In the past, she had always listened to orders and didn't have to make her own decisions. Everything was under Sun Mingwei's control, and she just had to do things step by step. After she became the Realm Master, she had to make her own decisions. She felt guilty. Chu was her. Chen Shun Li was Ming's Li. Chu Li waved his hand. "I'll head back now." Without waiting for Ji Ming Fei to speak again, he disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, he had already returned to a cave and sat down cross-legged. Then, a wisp of his soul returned to the tree of life and death. His body had already stopped moving without a sound, as if he had died. Chu Li woke up at the peak of a mountain, but he was in another world. He looked down at the dark abyss and was disappointed with the divine gate below. Since Sun Mingwei and Lu Yurong had already ascended, they should have passed through the divine gate a long time ago. There was no point in waiting here now. If he wanted to find the two girls, The only clue he had was the Devil Sect's sect master. As long as he found her, he would most likely be able to find clues about the two women. Whether they were dead or alive, he had to find out. If something really happened to the two women, he would do everything he could to perish together with the Devil Sect's leader. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Meng Hao's figure flickered again, and when he reappeared in front of a mountain, he was dressed in a gray monk's robe. Halfway up the mountain, he stood in front of a series of small courtyards and shouted, "Damned bastards of the Blood Sun sect." As soon as he finished speaking, martial arts masters flew out from the courtyards one after another, and more than 100 people surrounded him. Chu Li glanced at them coldly. The 100 or so martial arts masters in front of him all had blood and murderous auras above their heads, as if they were carrying blood pillars on their backs. It was a frightening sight to behold, and their imposing manner was so overbearing that no one dared to face them head-on. Chu Li shouted, "The Blood Sun sect shouldn't exist in this world. All of you deserve to die." "How arrogant!" a young man sneered. "Where did this stupid monk come from?" Chu Li replied, "I'm Ding Ru." "Impossible." The young man laughed coldly. "Ding Ru the bald donkey has already been executed. What's the point of impersonating him? He can't be resurrected." Chu Li said coldly, "I am Ding Ru, and I won't die so easily. I'll kill all of you first." Without waiting for the young man to reply, he dashed forward in a flash, and 2 white lights flashed in his sleeves. Then, he formed a seal with both hands, and the demon suppression seal landed lightly on the young man's chest. The God-binding board and God-destroying arrow did not allow him to dodge at all. In a situation where there were no treasures to restrain them, the God-binding board was enough to trap them. More than 100 martial arts masters were helpless under the effects of the God-binding board. After Chu Li's cultivation level increased, the God-binding board's power also increased greatly. Bam, 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 bam. Amidst the continuous muffled sounds, the Blood Sun sect martial arts masters were sent flying one after another, spurting blood in the air. When they landed on the ground, they were motionless. The power of the demon suppression seal was even more overbearing. Chu Li killed more than 50 martial arts masters in one go, and suddenly shouted, "Ding Ru, you're courting death." "Sect Leader Zhang, you've finally shown yourself." Chu Li smiled faintly. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Go to hell." Looking at the 50 martial arts masters lying on the ground, Zhang Chonghuai's killing intent was like a raging flame, unstoppable. Without waiting for Chu Li to say anything, he rushed forward and crushed a jade pendant in his hand. Woo! A strange whirlwind appeared out of nowhere and blew towards Chu Li. Chu Li dodged it. The warning signs were already ringing in his heart. This whirlwind was strange and should not be touched. Zhang Chonghuai laughed coldly. "Ding Ru, I didn't want to take your worthless life so soon, but you're asking for it. Even if I have to risk being punished, I'll destroy you." Chu Li's figure moved swiftly to avoid the whirlwind. However, he soon felt that something was wrong. The speed of the whirlwind was getting faster and faster, and it was blurry. Gradually, he could not see it clearly. Its range was also increasing, and it kept invading the surrounding space. What was worse was that wherever it passed, the void was bound, and he could not escape. If the situation continued to develop like this, he would not be able to escape and could only fight it head-on. However, his intuition told him that it was not a good idea to fight it head-on, and that escaping was the best option. Goodbye. Chu Li thought of this and decided to use the best plan. It's too late to leave now." Zhang Chonghuai smiled proudly. "This is the soul-devouring chilly wind. I'll let you die knowing." As soon as he said this, the whirlwind suddenly increased in size and enveloped Chu Li. Chu Li wanted to avoid it, but he could not. His vision blurred for a moment, and his thoughts became sluggish. His instincts urged him to retreat quickly, and the Buddha and demon in his mind began to chant scriptures to suppress the erosion of the void of his mind by this force. However, this force was amazing, and the void of his mind could not stop it from entering. Chapter 28-27. Chu Li's heart was clear, and without fear. The demon and the Buddha formed the cataclysmic seal. Woo! As soon as the cataclysmic seal was formed, the void of his mind suddenly surged and formed a tornado. The tornado gradually expanded as if it was going to sweep everything up. Unfortunately, the void of his mind was empty. Above him was the round mirror and the God-punishing thundersword. Other than that, there was only the Buddha and the demon in the void. Both of them formed hand seals and controlled the tornado from the left and right. The tornado spun around, but it swept up the endless, soul-corroding, chilling wind and tore it apart in the air. With the help of the soul-corroding, chilling wind, the tornado became faster and wider. After a while, the soul-corroding, chilling wind stopped and was torn apart by the tornado. The Buddha and the demon suddenly changed their hand seals and slapped at the tornado. The tornado came to an abrupt stop and no longer spun. Then, it turned into a light breeze and dissipated. The Buddha and the demon suddenly inhaled, and the surrounding wind entered their noses and mouths. Their bodies suddenly flashed and then extinguished, but the light in their eyes did not disappear. Chuli suddenly felt a strong sense of satisfaction. It was as if he had just enjoyed a delicious meal of delicious wine and delicacies while he was starving. Zhang Changhuai's face was gloomy as he stared at him. Chuli opened his eyes and smiled. "Thank you, sect leader Zhang." Zhang Changhuai scoffed. "You're fine? What treasure can restrain it?" Chuli said, "This soul-corroding, chilling wind is fake, right? It doesn't have any power. If you have any treasure, use it quickly or you'll die with regrets." You want to kill me?" Zhang Changhuai said coldly. "How arrogant. Do you really think you can kill me just because you killed a few young talents?" Chuli nodded. "Not only do I want to kill sect leader Zhang, but I also want to destroy the Blood Sun sect, then the Inikas sect, then the Yin-Yang sect one by one." Zhang Changhuai shook his head and laughed. "Why don't you say you want to destroy the 12 demon sects?" Chuli said slowly, "That's what I was thinking. You think too highly of yourself." Zhang Changhuai laughed. "Are you crazy?" Chuli said, "Let's see if that person will show up after I destroy you all." Zhang Changhuai was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. He smiled and said, "So you want to see Miss Zhou?" Chuli raised his eyebrows and scoffed. "That's right. I want to see that woman who is hiding and doesn't dare to show her face. If you want to see Miss Zhou, why go through so much trouble?" Zhang Changhuai shook his head and said, "You should have said so earlier." He was extremely fearful of Chuli. He had quite a number of treasures in his possession, but very few of them were effective against Chuli. Chuli did not have many treasures on him, but every single one of them was a rare item with astonishing power. Ordinary treasures were useless against him. Currently, the most powerful treasure he had was the soul-eroding, chilling wind, which was created by a strange wind from outer space. It was impossible to defend against. No matter how profound one's cultivation was, it would be useless in front of the soul-eroding, chilling wind. It was a strange wind that directly targeted the soul. Initially, he thought that it was enough to deal with Chuli, but he never thought that it would still be useless. He felt a chill in his heart and decided to retreat. He did not want to fight Chuli head-on. However, when he heard that Chuli wanted to exterminate the entire Blood Sun sect, and even the other devil sects, his killing intent rose. When he heard Chuli's true goal, he sighed in relief and shook his head, feeling that he had been wronged. Over 100 of his elite masters had died in vain. Chuli scoffed. "Will I be able to meet her directly?" "Miss Zhou is very elusive." Zhang Changhuai nodded. "But it's not that she's afraid of meeting people. She's just disdainful. It's not a problem if you want to meet her. I'll report to her, and you'll naturally meet her." Chuli laughed coldly. "If she wants to meet me, I don't have to do this." Zhang Changhuai said, "Miss Zhou can kill you easily, but from your tone, it seems like she's afraid of meeting you. What a great joke." Chuli looked at him calmly. "Then I'll try. Then I'll leave first. If Miss Zhou wants to meet you, it doesn't matter where you are." Zhang Changhuai waved his hand and left. Chuli scoffed. "If she doesn't appear, I'll destroy your Blood Sun sect." Zhang Changhuai laughed coldly and disappeared into thin air. The chilly wind dispersed, and they could walk freely in the void. Zhang Changhuai appeared in a basilica in a flash. His face was as dark as steel as he sat on the armchair in the center of the basilica. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. The four elders who were discussing in the basilica stopped and looked at him. Zhang Changhuai waved his hand. "Speak. Sect leader, our strength has been greatly reduced. We need to lie low for a while, or we'll be in danger of being wiped out." A thin elder said, "Those bald donkeys from the Buddhist sect speak benevolently, but they're ruthless. They'll definitely hit us when we're down. Pick on the weak. Pick on the weak." Zhang Changhuai remained silent. Another chubby elder chuckled. "Senior brother Feng, the demon-subduing hall has been destroyed. The next demon-subduing hall leader will take 100 years. We don't need to worry so much. Junior brother Cheng, don't forget that the Buddhist sect doesn't just have the demon-subduing hall. There's also the Samsara Temple, Merciful Voyage Temple, and Tathagata Temple. They're not inferior to the demon-subduing hall. It's just that the demon-subduing hall leader made the first move and stole the limelight." The thin elder said, "Now that the demon-subduing hall has been destroyed, the remaining ones will escape and take the opportunity to deal with us. If it were us, we'd do the same." A burly and majestic elder scoffed. "We can only blame our bad luck for being the first to bear the brunt of that damned Monk Dingru. Luckily, Monk Dingru has been killed, and we've gotten rid of a huge threat. Dingru isn't dead." Zhang Changhuai scoffed. The four elders turned to look at him. The thin elder said, "Sect leader, Dingru isn't dead?" Zhang Changhuai scoffed with a gloomy expression. "I saw him just now. His cultivation level is higher than before, and he's even more terrifying. Damn it." The thin elder slammed the armrest of his chair. Zhang Changhuai scoffed. "He deserves to die, but he's not dead. What do we do? Sect leader, let's carry out a killing operation." The chubby elder frowned. "I don't believe we can't kill him if we gather the entire sect's strength." Zhang Changhuai shook his head slowly. The chubby elder said, "Can't we kill him? That monk is very slippery. We can't surround him." Zhang Changhuai shook his head. The burly elder said in disbelief, "Not even with a treasure that conceals heaven's will?" Zhang Changhuai shook his head. "If it's that easy, he would have died countless times already. He's still alive and well now, so we can forget about this move. But we can make a trap." He thought of Chu Li's purpose. With Miss Zhou as bait, there was no need to worry about not falling for it. Thinking of this, his face darkened. "This time, we must succeed no matter what. Otherwise, if he really defeats us one by one, our Blood Sun sect will become a laughingstock." The 12 demonic sects were not all harmonious. Instead, there was strife everywhere. Even with Miss Zhou's suppression and the sects no longer fighting in the dark, it was inevitable to be mocked and ridiculed. As the sect leader, he could not raise his head. "Then let's invite the elders," the thin elder said in a low voice. The thin elder said in a deep voice, "Then activate the sect guarding grand formation and take out the sect guarding treasure. We must kill him with one strike and not give him a chance to escape." "That's right." Zhang Changhuai nodded slowly. His eyes flashed like lightning. "In 2 hours, the preparations are complete." Chapter 28. Zhang Changhuai stood in the main hall with his hands behind his back, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. He had never been humiliated like this before. The Blood Sun sect was revived in his hands, developing from a small and almost extinct sect to its current state. Although it was not obvious, it was already a top-notch sect in the martial world. The Blood Sun sect's tentacles were spread everywhere, almost everywhere. His eyes and ears were sharp, and he knew everything in the world. He also knew about the Great Mercy Temple's demon-subduing hall, and through it, he found a way to counter Buddhism. Therefore, many of the Blood Sun sect disciples became monks. Some even crippled their own sect's martial arts and converted to Buddhism. From there, they understood Buddhism's martial arts and absorbed the essence of Buddhism's martial arts. They strived to create a martial art that combined both Buddhism and devil sects to compete with the demon-subduing palace. Although the idea was good, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. He had not made much progress, but it was very beneficial to the Blood Sun sect's martial arts. As the sect master of the Blood Sun sect, his Blood Sun divine art had been cultivated to perfection, and he was almost immortal. He never thought he would be threatened by a young boy, and he felt a fatal sense of danger. A moment later, 12 elders floated over like 12 floating cotton, standing silently in front of him and cupping their fists. They were motionless like statues, as if they were one with heaven and earth. Zhang Changhuai glanced at them and cupped his fists. "Thank you, elders. No need to be so polite. Sect master, just tell us." A withered elder said calmly. "Who do you want to deal with?" "Demon-subduing hall master, Monk Ding Ru." Zhang Changhuai said. The withered elder frowned. "The demon-subduing hall is opening again?" "Yes." Zhang Changhuai scoffed. The withered elder said, "Every time the demon-subduing hall opens, there will be a storm of blood. It's good to kill him, but sect master must be careful. The demon-subduing hall master is not so easy to kill. Most of them die when their lifespans come to an end." "We must change this rule," Zhang Changhuai said coldly. "Let him die early." The withered elder hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, "Sect master must open the formation, and with the help of treasures, there is hope." Zhang Changhuai scoffed. "I will open the formation, but there is no need for treasures. It is useless to him." "Elders, have you met the previous demon-subduing hall master?" "No." The withered old man shook his head and said, "However, there are records of the demon-subduing hall in the sect's secret scrolls. Their demon-subduing seal is extremely sinister and terrifying. If one's cultivation is on the same level, there's no way one can block it." Zhang Changhuai said, "His cultivation is very strong, stronger than the elders. They will be troublesome." The withered old man frowned and said with a solemn expression. Another old man said solemnly, "Use your life to fill it up." "You're right." The withered old man slowly nodded. "His current cultivation is already higher than ours, so we definitely can't hesitate. The demon-subduing palace lord only has 100 years of lifespan left, but his madness is extremely terrifying. Within these 100 years, he will advance by leaps and bounds, advancing 1,000 miles in a single day. We must eliminate him as soon as possible, or else there will be endless troubles in the future." "Elders," Zhang Changhuai hesitated. These 12 elders could be considered the most powerful force in the Blood Sun sect. They were never used lightly and would only be used in times like this. Losing even one of them would be a great loss. They were the Blood Sun sect's stabilizing force. Exchanging their lives for Chu Li's? He was hesitant. "Sect leader, it's decided." The withered old man said, "Lure him here. Once he appears, sect leader will immediately activate the formation, and we'll eliminate him inside the formation." "All right." Zhang Changhuai thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. He definitely wouldn't allow Chu Li to live any longer. The threat he posed to himself was too great. After thinking about it, although the elders were important compared to his own life, he still had to sacrifice them. He was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. "Sect leader?" the withered old man asked. Zhang Changhuai said coldly, "This bald donkey Ding Ru is truly sinister. He killed our Blood Sun sect's disciples again." "How did he find our disciples?" The withered old man frowned. "It's more important to figure this out first." "It doesn't matter, as long as we eliminate him," Zhang Changhuai said. "That's true." The withered old man said, "Eliminate him. No matter how powerful his martial arts are, it won't matter anymore. Sect leader, quickly lure him here. We'll be careful and not let him discover us." "All right." Zhang Changhuai nodded. He disappeared in a flash, and the next moment, he appeared in front of a magnificent temple. At this time, the sizable temple was already filled with the smell of blood, as if it had been bathed in blood. The muffled bang-bang sounds that came from inside were incessant, making one's heart tremble. Among the muffled sounds, there were angry roars and chanting of Buddha. Zhang Changhuai scoffed coldly. Stop. The next moment, he appeared in the temple and saw more than 50 monks collapsed in front of the basilica. There were still 3 monks attacking a young monk in a gray robe like mad tigers. It was Chu Li. Dingru. Zhang Changhuai scoffed angrily and fiercely struck out with his palm. Boom! His palm energy collided with Chu Li's demon suppression seal, causing an earth-shattering sound. Zhang Changhuai took a step back and saw Chu Li standing firmly in place with a faint smile. Dingru, how dare you go back on your word? Zhang Changhuai suppressed his surging blood and said coldly, And you're still a monk? Chu Li said slowly, What do you mean by that? As he spoke, his hands did not stop and once again sent 2 young monks flying. These 2 young monks' palms were crimson red, and they rushed forward without a care for their own safety. They did not care about their lives at all, and their eyes were blood red with killing intent. I promise you to find Miss Zhou. Why don't you wait? Instead, you continue to kill. Zhang Changhuai scoffed angrily. Looks like you don't want to see Miss Zhou. Chu Li said lightly. I want to see the one with the surname Zhou. As for the people, I want to kill them too. Then don't even think about seeing Miss Zhou. Zhang Changhuai scoffed. His heart trembled. Compared to their previous fight, this Dingru monk's cultivation level was a notch higher, and he firmly suppressed him. It was extremely terrifying. This made his killing intent even stronger, and he was able to endure it even more. Chu Li said, Then continue to kill until you see her. Forget it, don't kill anymore. Follow me. Zhang Changhuai gritted his teeth and said hatefully, I hope you don't regret this. Chu Li smiled. I'm not the one going to see him. He's the one coming to see me. As he spoke, he struck another young monk with his palm and sent him flying. He spat out an arrow of blood in the air, and his body shot toward Zhang Changhuai. Zhang Changhuai extended his palm and caught the young monk, but he took 2 steps back. His face was gloomy as he glared at Chu Li. How vicious. Chu Li smiled. I'm still far from your blood sun sect. Goodbye. He disappeared in a flash as soon as he finished speaking. Zhang Changhuai gritted his teeth, but he did not chase after him. He only looked at the young monk that he was supporting and realized that the young monk's internal organs were severely injured, and he was on his last breath. It would be a pity to give up just like that. He shook his head and sighed. He sent a surge of inner energy over, then took out a bottle of spirit pills from his inner pocket and stuffed one into the young monk's mouth. The young monk's cultivation level was extremely high. After consuming the spirit pill, his inner energy quickly circulated, and he quickly recovered from his injuries. Zhang Changhuai was shocked as he did not expect this young monk to have such a high cultivation level and aptitude. It was truly shocking. He could be considered a genius, but no one had noticed him. If he was properly polished, he would definitely become one of the top-notch masters, and he might even be able to contend against the Demon Slayer Palace. As he thought about this, he became even more attentive. He stuffed another 2 spirit pills into the young monk's mouth, and when his injuries had recovered, he brought him back to the sect. Chapter 28-29. When he returned to the Blood Sun sect's Great Hall, his face was as dark as ink. The withered old man slowly appeared in the void and looked at him in confusion. Sect Master, where's Monk Dingru? We're wasting our energy. That bald donkey won't fall for it. Zhang Changhuai said coldly. He's seen through our plan. He won't come over. The withered old man frowned. This monk is so difficult to deal with. He's more cunning than I thought. Zhang Changhuai gritted his teeth and said, We have to think of a way to destroy him. He has already gone mad and is killing our disciples everywhere. If this goes on, we will all be killed by him. The withered old man thought for a moment and said, Sect Master, if it really doesn't work, then we'll use that move. Zhang Changhuai was stunned. He frowned and shook his head. No, sacrificing 1 or 2 elders was acceptable, but sacrificing all of them was absolutely unacceptable. The Blood Sun sect's strength would be greatly damaged, and it wouldn't be easy to recover. The withered old man said, Sect Master, Are we really unable to take him down even if we attack together? He's very cunning. He won't give us this chance. Zhang Chonghui frowned. He has a treasure that can lock down the void. We have one too. The withered old man snorted. Then let's fight. Ours can't compare to his. Zhang Chonghui shook his head. This monk is really lucky, the withered old man said. Could it be that the luck of the heavens is on his side? He revealed a bewildered expression. The older one was, the higher one's cultivation base was, and the more reverence one had towards the mysteries of heaven and fate. However, when one's cultivation base was extremely high, one would realize that it was not safer or more stable. In front of fate, one would still be like a defenseless child. Therefore, he was especially sensitive and respectful to fate and the mysteries of heaven. Zhang Chonghui snorted. With Miss Zhou here, how could Tianyun be on the side of Buddhism? That's true. The withered old man smiled in relief. Since that's the case, let's try attacking together. If it doesn't work, we'll use that move. Absolutely not, Zhang Chonghui said in a deep voice. Getting rid of Dingru isn't the end of the matter. There are still the Samsara Temple, the Merciful Voyage Temple, and the other 3 temples. Without you, how am I supposed to deal with them? The old man nodded slowly. In that case, we can only adopt a defensive stance. The withered old man sighed and said, Summon all the disciples back. No matter how powerful Monk Dingru is, he wouldn't dare to barge into our place alone, right? I can't wait for that. If Monk Dingru were to barge into this place, he would definitely die. With the sect guarding formation working together with them, their prowess was unparalleled. Monk Dingru would definitely die. The most crucial thing now was that they had no way to lure him over. Fine. Zhang Chonghui nodded slowly and with great difficulty. Once that happened, it would be tantamount to closing the mountain gate, and all the painstaking efforts from before would be wasted. The eyes and ears that were hidden everywhere in the world would also be crippled, and they would become deaf and blind, like a turtle hiding its head and tail in order to protect themselves. It was a difficult decision for him to make, and he would definitely be ridiculed by others. The Blood Sun sect was actually afraid of a mere monk. The Blood Sun sect would lose all face, and he, as the sect master, would not be able to raise his head. Only then did the withered old man realize that there was a young monk beside Zhang Chonghui. He frowned and looked over. Sect master, this is a disciple that was saved by Dingru, Zhang Chonghui said, an undiscovered pearl with excellent aptitude. He can be cultivated. Is he really our disciple? The withered old man thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. You're called Wu Shangyi, right? The young monk opened his eyes and gave a fist salute with great difficulty. Disciple Wu Shangyi greets Elder Su. You've seen me before, the withered old man, Su Kong, asked. The young monk nodded lightly and said, This disciple has met Elder Su once. No wonder. Su Kong nodded. Where have you been? This disciple has been sent to Danning Temple, the young monk said respectfully. It has always been quiet and peaceful, but I didn't expect a monk to suddenly barge in and make a killing move. Master and Uncle Master were all killed. That was demon subduing Temple's palace master, Monk Dingru. You are lucky to be able to escape with your life, which is rare. Cultivate well, and avenge your master and Uncle Master. Yes, the young monk said respectfully. Please guide me, Elder. This disciple will definitely work hard and kill this Monk Dingru with my own hands. His words were light and calm, but his eyes were shining brightly. He, Su Kong, and Zhang Chonghui both laughed. Little fella, do you know how powerful Monk Dingru is? Su Kong asked. This disciple saw it with my own eyes and even fought with him, the young monk Wu Shangyi said in a deep voice. Are you confident that you can kill him? Su Kong asked. Wu Shangyi scoffed. Although he's strong, he's not invincible. I can definitely kill him. Naive. Su Kong shook his head. The demon subduing Temple's palace master's martial arts progress by leaps and bounds, surpassing everyone. You're not his match now, and you won't be in the future, so you should just give up. Wu Shangyi said. Are we just going to let him be? Don't worry. He won't live more than 100 years, Su Kong said. Every demon subduing temple's palace master only has a lifespan of 100 years. He won't be able to run wild for too long. Compared to 10,000 years, 100 years wasn't long, and it would be over soon enough. Wu Shangyi clenched his teeth. I don't want him to live more than 100 years. Sect leader, Elder Su, our Blood Sun sect must have a way to deal with him, right? No. Su Kong shook his head. Unless he voluntarily comes to die, we can't do anything to him. Wu Shangyi revealed a disappointed expression, but he suddenly became spirited. Sect leader, Elder Su, I heard that they're the Miss Zhou. Where did you hear that? Zhang Changhuai's expression changed, and his eyes narrowed. Wu Shangyi was shocked, and he hurriedly said, I heard it from Master. Master told me to keep it a secret and not reveal it to anyone. This Miss Zhou is the incarnation of a celestial, so she must have a way to kill Monk Dingru, right? Who's your master? Zhang Changhuai asked coldly. Zhou Dingfang, Wu Shangyi replied. Zhang Changhuai scoffed. So it's him. He deserves to be punished for not keeping his mouth shut. Zhou Dingfang was also one of the top-notch experts. Although he was outside, he had participated in several major operations in the sect, and was one of the 15 people in the sect who knew of Miss Zhou's existence. However, he had been ordered not to reveal it, and he didn't expect it to be revealed to a disciple. He frowned and asked, was Zhou Dingfang also killed just now? Yes, Monk Dingru killed Master as soon as he came in. Wu Shangyi's eyes quickly became bloodshot. Damn it! Zhang Changhuai clenched his teeth. Zhou Dingfang was a top-notch expert, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. This Monk Dingru's cultivation level was getting stronger and more terrifying. He said in a deep voice, I'll order for all the disciples to be recalled right now. He turned around and walked out. Wu Shangyi revealed a troubled expression, not knowing what to do. Come with me, Su Kong said. Wu Shangyi cupped his fists and followed Su Kong out. His steps were slow, and his face was so pale that it was as if he had smeared powder on it. Elder, is there really no other way to deal with Monk Dingru? Wu Shangyi asked reluctantly. Then can we ask Miss Zhou for help? Shut up. Su Kong scoffed. Wu Shangyi didn't understand. Su Kong said, don't mention Miss Zhou. Wu Shangyi was confused. Elder, why? Chapter 28:30. Wu Shangyi widened his eyes in disbelief. That's impossible, right? Su Kong scoffed. What's impossible about it? The two of them stepped out of the hall and walked towards the back, arriving at an endless stretch of ancient buildings. Many pavilions rose from the ground, and many small courtyards surrounded it. Su Kong said, it's impossible for you to kill Monk Dingru for revenge. No matter how much you train, you can't surpass him. You should focus on training your martial arts so that you can take revenge on other Buddhist masters. Elder, I want to try, Wu Shangyi said. Is there no martial arts in our sect that surpasses him? Blood Sun Divine Technique is the strongest heart technique. Even if you train it to perfection, you and the sect leader have no confidence against Monk Dingru. Demon subduing Hall's martial arts naturally suppress us. Su Kong shook his head. There will be a way. Wu Shangyi clenched his teeth. Su Kong said, the sect leader has been painstakingly creating a mystical technique similar to Demon subduing Hall's martial arts, combining the essence of Buddhism and Blood Sun sect's martial arts to suppress Buddhism martial arts and balance Demon subduing Hall and the other four halls. Wu Shangyi's spirits lifted. Su Kong said, that's why you should become monks and search for the essence of Buddhism martial arts and the mysteries of Dharma. We've only comprehended some Dharma and cultivated some Buddhist martial arts, but we haven't been able to grasp the essence. Buddhist martial arts are very strange. Wu Shangyi frowned. Buddhist martial arts heart techniques aren't hard to find. What's hard is that Buddhist martial arts need the help of Dharma, and our heart techniques are incompatible with Dharma, so it's hard to combine them. Wu Shangyi nodded. Comprehending Dharma doesn't feel right. Su Kong said, after all, we didn't learn Buddhism from a young age. We don't have enough homework, so it's hard to go deep into Dharma, so there are only 5 halls in the world. There were more Buddhist sects than demon sects, but the 5 halls were the most powerful. Demons grew 1 foot and Buddhas grew 10 feet. Once the demon sects retreated, they would go into seclusion. Demons subduing hall appeared the most, and was the Great Mercy Temple's main hall. It was known that the hall leader's lifespan was less than 100 years. Like the brightest fireworks, they would disappear after they bloomed. If the martial arts of the Buddhist sect and the martial arts of the devil sect could be fused so easily, there would not only be 5 halls. Furthermore, it was said that the inheritance of the 5 halls came from beyond the heavens and not from this world. The sect master wanted to learn from the 5 halls and fuse Buddha and demon together. It could be said that he was extremely courageous, but the chances of success were slim. Wu Shangyi did not give up and asked, "Elder, will that lady have a way?" Su Kong snorted and said, "Of course. She's extremely knowledgeable and has great achievements. A mere monk Ding Ru is a piece of cake." "Then why didn't you kill him?" Wu Shangyi asked angrily. Su Kong said, "Of course she has her reasons. We are not standing high enough, and we cannot see far enough. But we should never question her decisions. She will never be wrong. There must be a deeper meaning behind it." "Then did Master and the others die in vain?" Wu Shangyi gritted his teeth and hatefully said, "Miss Zhou is too heartless." Su Kang's expression changed. "Shut up," Wu Shangyi said. "I won't die today. If she can do it, why can't I say it?" "How dare you?" Su Kang glared at him and said, "You're not afraid of death, but what about our sect? You've implicated our sect, and that's a great sin." "Elder Su, I want to see Miss Zhou." Wu Shangyi gritted his teeth. Su Kang said, "Why do you want to see her? Beg her to help you take revenge? Give up. If she made a move, she would have killed Monk Ding Ru long ago." He was actually secretly dissatisfied. Among the 12 demonic sects, only the Blood Sun sect suffered the heaviest damage. Monk Ding Ru went crazy and only sought trouble with the Blood Sun sect, not the other demonic sections. This caused the Blood Sun sect's strength to be greatly reduced. Under such circumstances, Ms. Zhou should have made a move or let the other demonic sects distract Monk Ding Ru or help the Blood Sun sect. However, it was as if she could not see the situation here, and it was truly chilling. With Miss Zhou's ability, she must have seen it clearly. So why didn't she make a move? It was obvious that she was using the Blood Sun sect as bait and wanted to find out the actual situation of the demon subduing palace and the other 4 palaces. Wu Shangyi said, "I want Miss Zhou to teach me a higher level of absolute art. She's learned like a celestial being, so she must have stronger martial arts." Su Kang shook his head and said, "You're courting death." Wu Shangyi scoffed and said, "This disciple's death is not to be regretted. Besides, if I can't avenge Master, there's no joy in my life." "Miss Zhou can't be summoned by just anyone," Su Kang said. "She can only come to us. We can't find her. Is there no way to summon her urgently?" Wu Shangyi asked, unwilling to give up. Su Kang said, "The sect leader will never summon her urgently just for you." Wu Shangyi frowned and said, "Then how will the sect leader agree?" "Just give up," Su Kang said. As they talked, they arrived at a small courtyard. Su Kang said, "You can stay here. You can't go back to Danning Temple." Wu Shangyi shook his head and said, "I want to avenge Master, so I must see Miss Zhou." "Sigh. You." Su Kang shook his head and sighed. As the highest elder, it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. The reason why he was so patient was because he was touched by Wu Shangyi's loyalty and filial piety. Wu Shangyi wanted to avenge Master at all costs, which made him feel close to him. The reason why he could become the highest elder today was also because he was eager to avenge Master and worked hard to cultivate. If it wasn't for the belief of avenging Master supporting him, he would never be able to reach this step. Moreover, Wu Shangyi's aptitude was higher, and with the support of a strong desire for revenge, his success will be higher than his. Wu Shangyi said, "Elder, please help me." "All right, I'll plead with the sect leader and see if he'll agree," Su Kang said. "Thank you, Elder." Wu Shangyi was overjoyed. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were suddenly heard. Su Kang turned his head to look. A young man in a green robe floated in and gave a fist salute. Elder Su, the sect leader wants to see you. I'll go over now. You can go first. Su Kong nodded and walked out. Xiao Wu, don't worry, I'll talk to the sect leader. Yes, Wu Shangyi gave a fist salute respectfully and followed him out to see Su Kong out. As Su Kong walked out, he suddenly trembled and fell to the ground. Wu Shangyi slowly retracted his right palm and looked at him with a smile. Su Kong was in disbelief. It was hard for him to believe that he would be plotted against, not to mention that he was plotted against without any warning. Wu Shangyi said, Elder Su, I'm sorry, but I must see Miss Zhou. How are you going to see her like this? Su Kong widened his eyes and fell to the ground. He pointed at Wu Shangyi and said, You're crazy. Wu Shangyi revealed a crazed expression and said hatefully, I must avenge her. Sat. Su Kong spat out a mouthful of blood and said, You want to kill me for revenge? Yes, Wu Shangyi said, as long as I can avenge Master. This way, the sect leader will find a way to find Miss Zhou, and I'll be able to see her and learn more martial arts from her. You've really gone crazy. Su Kong shook his head and said, The sect leader will kill you first. Even if Miss Zhou comes, she'll kill you first and won't teach you more powerful martial arts. I want to take a gamble, Wu Shangyi said in a low voice. His eyes flashed with madness. Boom! A muffled sound was heard, and Su Kong flew out and disappeared. Chapter 28:31. Wu Shangyi's expression changed slightly. As expected of the most powerful elder, he still had a trump card to escape even at this stage. In an instant, he had already escaped into the void. He sneered. The void distorted as if the surface of a lake was rippling. Wu Shangyi looked at Su Kong, who appeared from the void, and scoffed. Elder Su, why do you have to do this? I won't kill you. What a powerful technique. Su Kang's expression darkened as he stared at him. Where did you get such a treasure? I was lucky. Wu Shangyi raised the jade pendant in his hand. The jade pendant emitted a warm luster, as if there was a clear spring flowing inside. Su Kong stared at the jade pendant and asked coldly, What is this? Wu Shangyi said, I heard it's a space-fixing talisman. Space-fixing talisman. Su Kong frowned and shook his head. He had never heard of such a treasure. However, there were countless treasures in the world, so it was not surprising that he had not heard of it. His expression became more and more unpleasant. After experiencing the explosion of the secret skill, his injuries had worsened. Now that he had to move into the void, it was one disaster after another. His pale face faintly turned green as he said dispiritedly, Little Wu, you're digging your own grave. I believe Miss Zhou can understand me. Wu Shangyi said in a low voice, Once I've done something amazing, I'll personally apologize to you, Elder. As he finished, he patted Su Kong lightly. Su Kong slowly collapsed. He could only widen his eyes as he floated out of the courtyard and disappeared. After Wu Shangyi left the courtyard, his figure and face quickly changed. He first looked like Chu Li, then Su Kong. He was thin and withered like a dead tree. He floated with the wind and soon arrived at the basilica of the Blood Sun sect. This Wu Shangyi was naturally Chu Li. Of the two bodies, one was to attract attention, while the other took the opportunity to sneak into the Blood Sun sect. So far, everything had gone smoothly. The things in Su Kang's mind were still useful. He had no time to guide him bit by bit, so he kept him alive to search for him at a critical moment. When he appeared in the basilica, he saw Zhang Chonghuai standing with his hands behind his back with a solemn expression. Chu Li fist saluted. Sect leader, Zhang Chonghuai said, Elder Su, 2 more places have been destroyed by Monk Ding Ru. We can't be so passive anymore. Chu Li had already learned of their decision from Su Kong. He shook his head and said, Since you've already evacuated, why are you still dragging your feet? Because I couldn't bear to. Zhang Chonghuai snorted. After all, I've built my foundation bit by bit from nothing. How could I be willing to throw it away all of a sudden? Su Kong said. Then how should the sect master deal with it? Let's go install Monk Ding Ru. Zhang Chonghuai said, Buy them some time. At the same time, hurry up and urge them to retreat. Sect leader, Why didn't you use the Blood Sun token? Chu Li asked. As he spoke to Zhang Changhuai, he searched Su Kang's mind and found the existence of the Blood Yang token. Su Kang's martial arts were sealed, and he was in the sect. He had no sense of defense, and he did not bring any treasures that could defend against spiritual attacks. Moreover, he had never suspected Chu Li's identity, so he was not on guard and was easily seen through by Chu Li. Zhang Changhuai frowned and said, "Elder, the Blood Sun token cannot be moved easily." Chu Li said in a low voice, "The Blood Sun token cannot be used unless it's a matter of life and death. I know this rule, but sect leader, do you think it's not a matter of life and death yet?" Zhang Changhuai frowned and remained silent. He was touched by Chu Li's words. Yes, it seemed like a retreat and defense, but it was actually related to the survival of the Blood Sun sect. How much strength they could preserve depended on how many people they could retreat. If Monk Ding Ru killed too many masters, the Blood Sun sect vitality would be greatly damaged. If there were any more disturbances, it would be really dangerous. All right, Zhang Changhuai nodded slowly. What Elder said makes sense. Let's use the Blood Sun token. Chu Li smiled. Actually, we should ask Miss Zhou for help. At this time, there's no need to be stubborn. The key is that Miss Zhou won't care. Zhang Changhuai shook his head. If she really wanted to care, she would have done a long time ago. She just didn't do anything and let us deal with it ourselves. Chu Li said, "Actually, we can't always go along with Miss Zhou's wishes. We still have to force her at critical times." Zhang Changhuai's expression changed slightly, and he quickly shook his head. "Elder Su, be careful with your words." He looked left and right and said in a low voice, "How can you say such things? If she hears it, it'll be really dangerous." Chu Li said, "Miss Zhou has a golden mouth, but she can't not tolerate a little bit of disobedience, right? After all, we're also her people." Zhang Changhuai remained silent. He was also dissatisfied, but he did not dare to say it. After seeing how powerful Miss Zhou was, he really did not have the courage to go against her. Chu Li continued, "She can't even protect her own subordinates. How can she convince everyone? How do we force her?" Zhang Changhuai asked. Chu Li's spirit was lifted, and he quickly said, "It's best to invite the two sect leaders over, then alarm Ms. Zhou and ask for help in person. Then our reputation will." Zhang Changhuai frowned. If they really asked for help, the Blood Sun sect prestige would be greatly damaged, and the other 11 sects would definitely laugh at them, and their disciples would also be laughed at. Chu Li said, "If we ask for help from other sects, we'll lose face, but asking for help from Miss Zhou is different. We can give it a try." Zhang Changhuai slowly nodded. Chu Li said, "The key now is how to invite Miss Zhou over. She's really too smart. She might be able to guess it right away." "We definitely can't hide it from her eyes," Zhang Changhuai said. Chu Li said, "Then can we still invite her?" Zhang Changhuai took out an exquisite jade pendant. It was the size of an earring, and it looked like a drop of dew under the sun. Even though there was no sunlight in the basilica, it still emitted a gentle glow. Chu Li's spirit was lifted, and he stared at it. "This is..." He secretly cried out in his heart. Finally, he had not let down his efforts. He had finally found this. Zhang Changhuai said, "This is an item to call out to Miss Zhou. With this item, all you need to do is silently recite an incantation, and then summon her from the bottom of your heart. Miss Zhou will be able to hear it." "It's really amazing," Chu Li exclaimed. Zhang Changhuai said, "Although this item is amazing, I've always been worried. It said that as long as you don't recite the incantation, it won't work, but..." As he spoke, he shook his head. Chu Li narrowed his eyes and scoffed. "Sect leader, are you worried that she can use this treasure to see your every move?" "Elder Su knows me best." Zhang Changhuai nodded. Chu Li said, "Sect leader, can I take a look?" He carefully reached out his hand, controlling it to not tremble. "She once ordered me not to touch other people's force," Zhang Changhuai said helplessly. Chu Li sighed. "It seems like there's a problem, but..." "Sect leader, do you have a choice?" "No." Zhang Changhuai shook his head. Chu Li said, That's it. The incantation is very long, right? He activated the great circle mystical void mirror to its limit, and at the same time, tried to dissolve the clear light in Zhang Chonghuai's mind. But unfortunately, it could not be dissolved. He faintly felt that this clear light was related to the jade pendant, and it could be the source of its power. If he did not destroy the jade pendant, he would not be able to break into Zhang Chonghuai's mind. When he thought of this, he suddenly moved. The god-binding plate, the god-destroying arrow, and the universe bracelet all shot out, and a red light suddenly burst out from Zhang Chonghuai's body, turning into a red sun. Chapter 28:32. A trembling sound was heard. The red sun suddenly exploded. The power of the god-binding plate and god-destroying arrow were dispersed, and the interspatial bracelet also flew back to Chu-Li. Ding Ru. Zhang Chonghuai suddenly roared, his eyes red and filled with ferocity. Although Chu-Li still looked like Su Kong, Zhang Chonghuai was very familiar with Chu-Li. Chu-Li had deliberately concealed his aura before, but now that they were fighting, he recognized him immediately. The red sun that had been shot out condensed again, and the red light condensed again. The Thunder Sword of God was activated, and, at the same time, his hands formed the Skyfall seal. Bang! The void shook as the Skyfall seal collided with the invisible force. The red light that was condensing into a red sun trembled and swayed like a candle being blown by the wind. Bang! With another muffled sound, Zhang Chonghuai flew back, and there seemed to be a light condensing on his forehead, which was unusually bright. The power of the Thunder Sword of God became stronger than before, and Zhang Chonghuai could not withstand it. Chu-Li was overjoyed. He did not expect the Thunder Sword of God to become so powerful, so he attacked with the Thunder Sword of God. Zhang Chonghuai flew back in the air, and his forehead became brighter. He knew that his martial arts was improving quickly, but he did not expect it to be this good. Even though he had died once, he was still progressing as diligently as before. The Blood Sun sect experts he had killed had all been converted into merit points, which had advanced his own cultivation base. He was truly advancing at a rapid pace, which made him pleasantly surprised. Zhang Chonghuai's forehead suddenly brightened, dazzling people and making it impossible to look at it directly. Chu-Li did not rely on his eyes. Under the observation of the great round mysterious void mirror, he saw the clear light in Zhang Chonghuai's mind. In his mind, it was a clear spring water, but outside it, it turned into a sun. There was only a dazzling light, but it made Chu-Li tremble, and he felt a fatal threat. He was overjoyed, and the great round mysterious void mirror drilled into Zhang Chonghuai's mind, and saw the scene in Zhang Chonghuai's mind. He saw Ms. Zhou's face, but unfortunately, it was covered with a white veil. He could only see a pair of watery eyes, and this pair of eyes alone had the feeling of seizing the essence of heaven and earth. It was a combination of the divine power of creation, and it contained spirit and beauty. He could clearly feel Zhang Chonghuai's sigh of heaven's favoritism. Even if this Miss Zhou was not beautiful, just her pair of eyes was enough to move people's hearts, to seize people's souls, to captivate them, and make them unable to free themselves. Chu-Li scoffed. What exactly is the incantation? Zhang Chonghuai sneered. He kept vomiting blood and gritted his teeth. Ding Ru, when did you cultivate the heavenly demonic power? Where's Elder Su? Chu-Li had already obtained the incantation to activate it, so he revealed a satisfied smile. In a flash, he appeared in front of him and stretched out his hand to snatch the jade pendant. He was going to use the pendant to find Miss Zhou and ask her face to face. The whereabouts of the two women was a huge rock pressing down on his heart. If he didn't figure it out, he wouldn't be able to calm down. Ding Ru, you're courting death. Zhang Chonghuai did not manage to keep the jade pendant. He looked at Chu-Li and snatched it away. He roared, "Once Miss Zhou arrives, you'll definitely die, haha." He threw his head back and laughed. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth, but he did not seem to care. It was as if he could already see the scene of Chu Li being killed by Miss Zhou. Chu Li scoffed. I'd like to see that. He knew that he was no match for Miss Zhou, but he believed in his own speculation that Miss Zhou would not kill him personally, as long as he forced her to show herself. Even if she did not say anything, he would be able to see the truth from her subtle expressions. Bang! Zhang Chonghuai landed heavily on the ground. Blood gushed out of the corner of his mouth even more violently. He collapsed on the ground and laughed. Die. Chu Li placed the jade pendant between his eyebrows. A gentle force drilled into his forehead and then appeared in his mind. A ball of clear light appeared in the void of his mind, and it reflected the round mirror in the void. The god-punishing thunder sword did not attack it, and the Buddha and the demon did not move either. They only stared at the ball of clear light and felt it. They did not feel any hostility or danger, but a warm, gentle, and comfortable feeling. The clear light swayed gently, as if it was alive, and it was reflected in the mirror. Chu Li had been silently reciting the incantation. As he recited the incantation, the clear light became brighter, as if it corresponded with the incantation. It moved with the incantation, but the incantation became slower and slower, as if an invisible force was preventing him from reciting. Bang! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and he flew out. Chu Li flew out inexplicably, and his body stabilized in the void. His internal organs were already injured, and the protective jade, talisman, and treasures did not work. Even the universe bracelet did not work, which shocked him. Bang! He flew out again, and somersaulted in the air more than 10 times. The blood sun sect quickly shrunk in front of him, and he flew past the blood sun sect until he flew to a mountain peak in the distance. Bang! He crashed into a boulder at the peak of the mountain. Boom! The boulder collapsed, turning into gravel that rolled down the mountain peak. Chu Li fell into the pile of gravel, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He closed his eyes, and the great circle mystical void mirror observed his surroundings. Everything within 100 miles was clear, and he could clearly see the ants and insects on the ground. It was as easy as looking at the lines on his palm. However, such a powerful great circle mystical void mirror could not see the person who attacked him, and it did not even feel anything. He knew that the person who attacked him was Miss Zhou. Why are you so sneaky? Why don't you dare to come out and meet me? Chu Li shouted. Miss Zhou, are you that ugly? Nonsense. Slap yourself. Suddenly, a delicate voice yelled. Chu Li shrank his body, and an invisible palm shadow suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. It could be seen clearly under the great circle mystical void mirror, but not with the naked eye. If he had been a moment slower, he would have been slapped in the face. Chu Li dodged again, and the palm shadow once again avoided by a hair's breadth. You're quite capable, a delicate voice yelled. Chu Li frowned. He had already used the great circle mystical void mirror to its limit, but he still could not see Ms. Zhou's figure, and he could not sense her existence. It was as if she had merged with the void, and he could not sense her, just like the omnipresent void. Miss Zhou, I have something to ask you, Chu Li shouted. As he spoke, he kept changing his body, and like a ghost, he avoided the palm shadow that appeared out of thin air again and again. Bang! He suddenly attacked with the sky cataclysmic seal. When he attacked with the sky cataclysmic seal, a palm print appeared, but the sky cataclysmic seal did not collide with the palm shadow. Instead, it hit the void next to the palm shadow. Then with a bang, he flew out and spat out an arrow of blood in the air. An abundant and unstoppable force surged in his body, and wherever it passed, his internal organs were severely injured. His meridians felt as if they were cut by a knife, and the injuries were extremely serious. His body became weak in an instant. Miss Zhou, your cultivation level is good. Chu Li wiped the corner of his mouth and shouted in the air. He felt a huge gap between the two of them, but he did not lose confidence. His cultivation level was advancing at a rapid pace, and as long as he continued to kill the Devil's Doctrine villains, he could continue to convert merit into cultivation level. I'm not the lady. In a delicate voice, a graceful figure vaguely appeared in the void and then disappeared. Bang, 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 bang. Chu Li was continuously hit hard. He felt as if he had become a piece of meat on the chopping board and was constantly being cut, waiting to be chopped into pieces. Chu Li's expression changed greatly. With your abilities, you don't need the lady to do anything at all. A clear voice rang in his ears and then disappeared completely. Chapter 28:33. However, before she disappeared, she suddenly detonated a type of treasure. Chu Li felt an even stronger force appear out of thin air and explode behind him. He wanted to avoid it, but was powerless to do so. He could only watch as the force collided with him and invaded his body like thousands of flying daggers. His body was instantly riddled with holes, and his vitality almost dissipated. Moreover, the force continued to destroy him, trying to aggravate his injuries. Poof! He fell limply into the powder. The surrounding stones were turned into powder by this force. The powder flew everywhere and covered his face and body. It looked like he was buried in a pile of flour. His face was white and red, and he was in a sorry state. His face seemed to be smeared with a layer of cinnabar. It was so red that it looked like it would explode at any time. The surroundings were empty, and the sound of his landing was especially loud. It echoed in the valley for a long time. Chu Li frowned. He did not care about his injuries. He did not expect a mirror made to injure him to this extent. Was he so much weaker than her maid? Huh? Amidst the laughter, Zhang Changhuai appeared in front of him. He looked down at him and laughed. Mungting Ru, this is what you get. As he spoke, he fiercely struck with his palm. Bang! Amidst the flying powder, Chu Li slid 10 meters away again. He slid to the end of the cliff. His head was already out of the cliff, but his body was still on the cliff. He could fall at any time. Chu Li could not move at all. He had no inner energy and could not use light body technique, let alone void shift. If he really fell like this, he would become a meat patty. Zhang Changhuai suddenly covered his mouth. His palm was covered in black blood. He had used all his strength and hatred in this attack, which aggravated his injuries. Chu Li lay on the edge of the cliff and was also vomiting blood. He tilted his head and looked down. It was pitch black, as if it was a path to death. Ha! As expected of a high monk. Zhang Changhuai slowly walked toward him and said, "You can still laugh at a time like this. I'm impressed." He secretly wiped away the blood on his palm and said coldly, "Elder Su died in your hands, didn't he?" Chu Li smiled. "He's not dead. He's still alive and well. As for you, sect leader Zhang, you're dead meat. You'll be the one to die first." Zhang Changhuai shouted. His injuries were extremely severe, and the spirit pills actually had no effect on him at all. This was how sinister and terrifying the demon-subduing hall was. It had the ability to restrain the martial arts of the devil sect, and unless he crippled his martial arts, the demon-subduing seals would continue to attack his body. Chu Li said, "Sect leader Zhang, I'm going to die soon too. There's something I don't understand. If you have something to say, then say it. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you." Zhang Changhuai snorted. As he spoke, he channeled his inner force to suppress his injuries. Chu Li furrowed his brows and said, "As a man, why should I submit to a woman and let her order me around? Is it just because she's skilled in martial arts? I don't think so." The disciples of the devil's doctrine were more extreme and unyielding, unlike the disciples of the Buddhist sects who were gentle and tolerant. If they encountered an opponent and were no match for them, they would either flee or risk their lives to take them down with them. They would never beg for mercy. It was almost impossible to make Zhang Changhuai and the other men obey a young woman. He wanted to know how Miss Zhou was able to control these unruly men and find a way to counter them. Zhang Changhuai's face darkened and he stared at him. Chu Li said, "I'm sincerely asking for advice. She's just a young woman. For her to be able to make you all obey her, she must have used some extraordinary means. She's learned and has great skills. In our devil's doctrine, the strong are respected." Zhang Changhuai said coldly. At Miss Zhou's level, she has already surpassed the boundaries of men and women. However, Chu Li was able to read his true thoughts from his mind. He said thoughtfully, "So there's a mystical skill to tempt her." Zhang Chonghuai's expression did not change. He scoffed. "What kind of mystical skill could tempt me?" Chu Li shook his head and said, "Using power to suppress and using benefits to tempt. Naturally, it's always successful. I'm impressed. But does this Miss Zhou really have such a mystical skill? To be able to tempt someone of Zhang Chonghuai's level, it was definitely not a mystical skill that could be seen. I'll send you to hell." Zhang Chonghuai scoffed and suddenly struck his palm. In the next moment, Chu Li appeared behind him. He formed a seal with both hands and struck his back. Zhang Chonghuai violently spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he struck Chu Li's chest with both of his elbows. Both of them staggered 2 steps. However, Chu Li retreated into the cliff, while Zhang Chonghuai flew out of the cliff. He froze in the void, then turned around and returned to Chu Li's back. Once again, he struck Chu Li's back twice. Chu Li fluttered forward and fell straight down the cliff like a stone. In the blink of an eye, he entered the darkness. Zhang Chonghuai stuck his head out to look, but he could not catch up to him. His expression did not look good. He could tell at a glance that Chu Li had escaped. He had suffered such heavy injuries, yet he did not die. Zhang Chonghuai's attack was forcefully blocked, but he did not manage to kill him. This must be a huge disaster. What was even more frightening was that his heavenly demonic power was so profound that it surpassed all the top-notch masters of the heavenly demonic sect. He could disguise himself as Su Kong and deceive him. Although it was related to the fact that he was not vigilant in the sect, it was still shocking enough. From now on, the Blood Sun sect was no longer safe. Even if the disciples retreated back to the sect, he could still sneak in and assassinate them. If Su Kong and he could be ambushed, who could escape? When he thought of this, his killing intent intensified. He turned around to look for the jade pendant. He wanted to tell Miss Zhou to get rid of this monk as soon as possible. If Miss Zhou did not do it, it would be enough to let the maid do it. Unfortunately, he failed at the last step and did not manage to kill him. He was slightly dissatisfied. If the maid could launch 2 more attacks and follow up with another attack, Ding Ru would definitely be dead. At this moment, Chu Li was in a valley. He looked up at his surroundings and said coldly, "Miss, it's better if you show yourself." Clap, clap. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. A graceful young girl slowly walked out from the void. Her face was fair, and she was charming and elegant. Her eyes wandered as she clapped her small snow-white hands. She scoffed. "Monk Dingru, you're really tough. I've underestimated you." Chu Li looked like he was facing a formidable enemy, but his face was calm. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you. May I know your name?" "My surname is also Zhou," the charming girl said proudly. "Zhou Mei. So it's Miss Zhou." Chu Li nodded slowly. After the life and death scripture had advanced to the next level, the body's recovery ability had greatly increased. His body was still recovering even after being destroyed by such a powerful force. Zhou Mei scoffed. "Miss Zhou isn't the Miss Zhou that Miss Zhou is. Although you're tough, you're unlucky to have met me." Chu Li smiled at her. Zhou Mei said, "Whoever I want to kill, I must kill, so you'll definitely die." Chu Li shook his head. "I don't think I'll die. Miss Zhou, you've already used up your treasure. What other tricks do you have?" "Ridiculous," Zhou Mei said coldly. "Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" She suddenly waved her hand. Chu Li retreated. Bang! A palm shadow appeared in front of him. It broke through the air and made an explosion. If it hit his face, it could even explode his head. Chu Li retreated again and again. His body turned into a wisp of smoke. Chapter 28:34. Chu Li, on the other hand, was able to dodge them easily. His movements were illusory and unpredictable. He was always able to dodge the shadowless palm 1 step ahead. Zhou Mei's shadowless palm was extremely powerful. It was formless and traceless, so sudden that it was impossible to defend against it. There was no warning at all, so there was no way to avoid it. However, Chu Li was able to dodge it because of the omniscient mystical mirror. Although he could not see through Zhou Mei's mind, Zhou Mei, who was hidden in the void, was extremely clear in his eyes. He could predict her next move through her slight movements. He could vaguely tell that this was the use of the nature restoration manifestation. The manifestation of nature restoration had been fused with the large circle mystical sky mirror, and it was not visible on the outside. At this moment, however, it came into play. Zhou Mei snorted, and several palm shadows appeared at the same time. Bam, 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 bam. A series of muffled sounds surrounded Chu Li. This time, he had nowhere to run and was already surrounded. Chu Li formed a seal with his hands. The void suddenly seemed to freeze, and the power of the palm was frozen. The next moment, Chu Li broke free from the palm energy's shroud with ease. He was a far cry from his previous sorry state. He had already grasped Zhou Mei's martial arts technique and had a way to counter it. Zhou Mei was secretly shocked. She did not expect Chu Li to be so difficult to deal with. No wonder the Blood Sun sect couldn't do anything to him, and the top experts of the other sects couldn't do anything to him either. Even under the stimulation of the young Mrs. Reward, they still couldn't kill him. He really did have some skill. Bam, 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 bam. Zhou Mei's palms rained down like rain. It was as if the power of her palms did not require any inner energy. Every palm strike was soul-stirring. He shook his head and said, "Miss Zhou, I'll take my leave now." "Take this." Zhou Mei suddenly appeared in front of him and gently extended her jade-like palm. It was like a lover's caress, causing one to be defenseless and have no intention to avoid it. There was an impulse in his heart to welcome her jade-like palm and be touched by her. Chu Li focused his gaze and immediately thrust his god-slaying thundersword. Bam! Zhou Mei's body trembled as she took 3 steps back. Her bright eyes narrowed and were dazzling. "Good. Monk Ru, you are worthy of me going all out." Chu Li smiled. "Miss Zhou, it's as if you didn't use your full strength just now. Why are you trying to scare me? You're courting death." Zhou Mei shouted. Her jade-like palm became gentler and gentler. Chu Li formed the demon's subduing temple with both hands and moved forward. Bam! His chest was struck by the jade-like palm. Zhou Mei's palm strike was as gentle as the spring breeze. It came at him slowly, but its speed was surprisingly fast. Chu Li was convinced that it had escaped the detection of the great round mystical void mirror. This palm strike was truly marvelous. It was an astonishing palm technique. It was not an injustice to be hit by this palm. No wonder Zhang Chonghuai and the others were willing to be ordered around. They could not resist the temptation of Miss Zhou's unique skill. Miss Zhou's unique skill was indeed marvelous. Even he was moved. This kind of palm technique made him gasp in admiration. Chu Li flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture circulated continuously transforming this kind of energy and reducing the damage it caused to his body. At the same time, the Life and Death Scripture kept absorbing the spiritual energy from the higher heavens to repair his body. Zhou Mei smiled sweetly when she saw that he had been hit. She was as beautiful as a spring flower and struck out with her palm again. She looked gentle and was very far away from Chu Li. Chu Li was flying backward in the air. However, as soon as she struck out with her palm, her graceful figure blurred. The next moment, her palm appeared in front of Chu Li's chest. When she struck Chu Li, her original shadow was still there. It was so fast that Chu Li cannot dodge it. Chu Li's hands had already formed the Skyfall seal. Bang! The Skyfall seal hit the air. Zhou Mei's palm paused for a moment before she spat out another palm force. However, Chu Li had already escaped from her palm. Her palm force missed. Pop! Like a small stone thrown into a deep well, a whirlpool appeared in the void and violently swallowed the surrounding air. Suddenly, a strong wind howled, causing his clothes and hair to flutter. Chu Li appeared behind Zhou Mei in the next moment. Zhou Mei scoffed and turned her palm to face the attack. Boom! The loud sound was like a thunderbolt in the clear sky. Both of them took a step back. Chu Li understood Zhou Mei's cultivation level. The two of them were evenly matched. Zhou Mei's cultivation level was similar to his, but her mystical technique was superior to his. Hence, she was suppressing him in every aspect. Again. Zhou Mei wrinkled her nose in defiance and attacked again. Chu Li smiled and faced her. Boom, boom, boom. Both of their palms collided. The more they fought, the faster they became. Only two shadows could be seen constantly colliding. Thunderclaps rang out incessantly, reverberating throughout the valley. It was as if heaven and earth were shaking. The more Chu Li fought, the more energetic he became. He had already mastered a way to deal with it. The demon suppression seal, one mystical and one righteous, supplemented with the Skyfall seal. Although it could not restrain Zhou Mei, it was enough to protect himself. Coupled with the mystical effect of the life and death scripture, his injuries gradually healed. Zhou Mei's face grew darker when she saw him in this state. Chu Li said, Miss Zhou, why don't we stop fighting? Monk Dingru, you're indeed extraordinary. Zhou Mei suddenly retreated and squinted her eyes. Her cold gaze flickered like two blades of light, revealing the surging killing intent in her chest. Chu Li smiled. Same to you. But compared to Lady Xiao, your abilities are like clouds and mud. Zhou Mei sneered. Chu Li said, Is Miss Zhou that powerful? Much more powerful than you think. Zhou Mei's fist saluted at the void. A look of admiration appeared on her charming face as she scoffed. Lady Xiao is a genius and a scholar. It's not something a little monk like you can imagine. Chu Li smiled. Then why doesn't Miss Zhou take my life herself? You're not worthy enough for Lady Xiao to do it herself. Zhou Mei sneered. Chu Li said, Then wasn't it Miss Zhou who did it last time? It was Zhou Shuang. Zhou Mei scoffed. Chu Li frowned. That graceful silhouette appeared in his mind again. Zhou Mei said, Dingru, although you're strong, you're just an ordinary master. How can Lady Xiao deal with you personally? Chu Li smiled. Then I'm relieved. Naive. Zhou Mei curled her lips. I'll definitely kill you. Chu Li said, Miss Zhou, you can't kill me. Then Zhou Mei's bright eyes suddenly shot out a shocking blue light. Then four blue chains appeared in the void and extended from the north, south, east, and west. They were like four blue snakes that instantly wrapped around him. Chu Li was shocked. The blue chain's aura was strange. His body went numb and he lost control. He widened his eyes. The blue light in Zhou Mei's eyes faded, but the blue chains that appeared in the void were still there. Chu Li lost his sense of the blue chains. His body no longer belonged to him. Fortunately, he still had the Great Circle mystical mirror to observe the blue chains. However, it was blocked by an invisible force. The chain seemed real and illusory. He could not even control his body to struggle. Zhou Mei giggled. Her bright eyes were like two crescent moons. Chu Li asked, What kind of treasure is this? I'll let a country bumpkin like you gain some knowledge. This isn't a treasure, it's a mystical technique. Zhou Mei rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. Don't even think about breaking it. Unless you also cultivate the void chains, you won't be able to break free. Chu Li smiled. That might not be the case. Your demon suppression seal and sky-throwing seal are useless against the void chains. Zhou Mei proudly puffed out her chest and scoffed. Try it if you don't believe me. Chu Li smiled. The Buddha and demon in the void of his mind started to perform the demon suppression seal. Although he had lost his body, his mind was clear. Chapter 28:35. Although he had lost control of his body, he believed that after activating the demon suppression seal in his mind, his body would be activated as well. The power of the demon suppression seal must be circulating in his body. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Just as Zhou Mei said, the demon suppression seal had no effect on the void chain. It was the same for the cataclysmic seal. It could not break the blue chain on his body. He could not control his body, but he could move his head. He found it strange and smiled. What antique study is this void chain? Let me, a country bumpkin, have a look. Umph, I can't be bothered to explain. You won't understand anyway. I'll just send you to hell. Zhou scoffed. Chu Li said, looks like the void chain won't last long. Zhou glanced at him and sneered. Prodding won't work. Chu Li said, then I was right. So what? Zhou sneered. It's enough for me to kill you. Chu Li shook his head. That might not be the case. Then die. She slid in front of Chu Li and lightly hit his chest with her palm. Her palm emitted a gentle blue light that was the same color as the void chain, making her palm even more flawless. Bang! A white light shot toward her palm and made a shocking sound. Zhou took a step back to neutralize the power in her palm. She frowned at Chu Li. Chu Li smiled. It won't be that easy, right? It's useless. Zhou scoffed. It's futile. Why not just enter the Western Paradise? Chu Li said, how can I leave without completing my mission? You're asking for trouble, Zhou said coldly. Suddenly, she pressed her palm silently. Pop! Something exploded in front of Chu Li's face. If he had stayed where he was, his head would have exploded. However, he had already slid a foot back and barely avoided the attack. Zhou expression changed. Under the void chain, he could not control his body. Why would he retreat? Could the void chain have been broken? However, Chu Li was still standing there, so it did not seem like it. Chu Li was secretly relieved. The universe bracelet was indeed mysterious. The bracelet supported his body, and he could control it through the bracelet. Oof. Zhou refused to give up and continued to use her shadowless palm. Muffled sounds echoed in the air, forcing Chu Li to slide backward. It was as if he was walking on air. His body was stiff and unable to move, but he could float and retreat. Although the distance she floated was very short, it was enough for her to dodge these shadowless palms. After dodging more than 20 palms in one go, Zhou finally stopped. Her bright eyes narrowed as she stared at him. Her gaze then fell on Chu Li's hands. Chu Li's hands were hidden in the wide sleeves of his robe. But based on her intuition, she felt that the strangeness lay in these hands, so she snorted and said, what kind of kung fu is this? Chu Li smiled and said, the universe technique. Oomph. Zhou appeared in front of him in a flash and reached out to grab his right hand. Like a ghost, Chu Li evaded the attack. Zhou continued to catch. Her figure was erratic and unpredictable, forming a series of phantoms that surrounded Chu Li in the blink of an eye. Although Chu Li dodged left and right, he still could not avoid her exquisite body movement technique. In the end, she caught his right palm. Oomph. Let's see where you can run now. Zhou happily grabbed his right palm and was about to pull it over to see what was strange about it. He had lost control of his body, so how could he still move? This was a strange thing that he had never encountered since he mastered the void chain. Bang! Chu Li's left and right sleeves lit up with a white light at the same time. The God-binding disc and the God-destroying arrow were activated at the same time. The blue chains suddenly lit up and thickened, sucking in the two white lights so that they could not escape. The blue light flickered as if it was breathing. Finally, it went silent. Oomph. I've been prepared for this. The void chain is even more ingenious than you thought. Zhou rolled her eyes at him and said, you're so cunning. She looked like she did not care and instead stared at Chu Li mockingly. However, she was secretly shocked and thought that it was a close shave. She did not expect this Dangru monk to be so cunning. He kept pretending to be weak and even lured her into a trap. If the void chain had not been more ingenious than she had imagined, she would not have been able to guard against it. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Zhou had already pulled his right palm out of his sleeve. Chu Li's palm was fair, slender, and well-proportioned. It was a hand suitable for wielding a sword. Her gaze fell on the interspatial bracelet on Chu Li's wrist. She narrowed her eyes and scoffed. No wonder. The interspatial bracelet suddenly flew toward her. Bang! The blue chain suddenly extended and deflected the interspatial bracelet. The interspatial bracelet flew back to Chu Li's left wrist. Zhou scoffed. You've obtained the interspatial bracelet. A cold light flashed in Chu Li's eyes. Immediately, God-punishing thunder swords shot out. Bang, 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 bang. The god-punishing thunder swords were originally intangible and could directly attack the soul. However, they were blocked by the blue chain and revealed their shapes in the void. They were small swords. The densely packed god-punishing thunder swords shot out like a storm. However, none of the swords flew out of the blue chain's restraint. They were all blocked by the blue chain and were in a stalemate with the chain for a while before finally dissipating. Zhou took a step back and let go of his right hand. Her expression changed. Chu Li laughed. "Miss Zhou, how long can the void chain last?" He had recklessly activated the god-punishing thunder swords to exhaust the power of the void chain. Since the void chain could not last for long, it was likely that she was exhausting a lot of her own power. The god-punishing thunder swords were enough to exhaust her. "It's useless. Die." Zhou cannot be bothered to say anything else. Her left palm flew toward his chest. This time, she used the mysterious palm technique from before. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast and could not be dodged. However, Chu Li still tilted his body and easily dodged it. Zhou Mei's murderous intent grew. She was shocked. This Monk Dingru was truly terrifying. He could think of a way to counter a martial art after witnessing it once. The next time he used it, it would not be as powerful, but he would always be able to dodge it. The martial arts that she used were the best in the world and had amazing power. However, when it came to Monk Dingru, it was fine the first time, but it was useless the second time. A white light flashed on Chu Li's left wrist. An interspatial bracelet flew back to his right wrist. This way, his body became more agile. Zhou Mei's continuous attacks failed, and she lost her patience. She sneered. "You can still escape this time. You're lucky." As she spoke, she took out a black orb and tossed it at Chu Li. The black orb turned into a black light and flew toward Chu Li's chest. Chu Li's expression changed. His body felt like it was being pulled back by a powerful force. He quickly retreated 20 feet. However, the black light ignored his attempt to dodge and landed on his body. TSS. It sounded like a basin of water being poured on charcoal. Chu Li's body was instantly enveloped by the black light. The void chain had disappeared, but he did not have his freedom. He was engulfed by the black light. He could only see a black shadow enveloping him. He felt like he had fallen into an endless void. He was at a loss, and his brain had stopped working. Boom! A giant tree descended from the void and appeared in his mind. Endless power came from the tree, and a refreshing aura filled his body. Zhou Mei kept a straight face and stared at the black light. This was a rare treasure. Monk Dingru would definitely die this time. However, she did not feel happy. Instead, she felt a little disappointed. She could not kill him openly. Instead, she had to rely on such a rare treasure. It was really disgraceful. Chapter 28:36. Zhou Mei's eyes widened. She never expected Chu Li to be able to break through the Black Sky Realm. This was no ordinary treasure, but a unique artifact of the Black Sky Realm. It was the light of death, and upon contact with it, one's life force and lifespan would be violently devoured. She knew that Chu Li's lifespan was extremely short, and once he was attacked by the Black Sky Realm, his lifespan would be exhausted and he would die. She never expected Chu Li to be able to break through the Black Sky Realm. Rays of light were like sharp arrows, riddling the black light with holes. It was broken and soon could not be maintained. Pop! The black light suddenly expanded and then suddenly disappeared. Chu Li's body shone brightly as he bathed in the light. The surrounding void chains had disappeared. He stepped on a void and looked down at Zhou Mei. "Ms. Zhou, what else do you have? Bring it on." As he spoke, he took a step in front of Zhou Mei and attacked with the Skyfall Seal and the Demon Suppression Seal at almost the same time. There seemed to be no time gap, and Zhou Mei could not dodge, so she could only attack with her palm. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and Zhou Mei fluttered backward. Her face darkened as she waved her palm. Bang! There was an explosion in front of Chu Li. Chu Li stepped diagonally to avoid this shadowless palm, and once again appeared in front of her, the Skyfall seal coming out again. Bang! Zhou Mei faced the attack, and her body stagnated for a moment. Chu Li seized this moment to attack with the demon suppression seal. Pop! There was a soft, muffled sound as the demon suppression seal and her palm collided, and both of them took a step back. Zhou Mei scoffed. Ding Ru, I'll spare your life today. She wanted to go back and practice more. She could not slack anymore, and kill Chu Li with her own hands in a few days. She originally thought that her martial arts were already rare in the world and almost invincible. Other than the young miss, there was no one else who could threaten her, so she began to slack off in her training. She felt that it was useless to train hard. Anyway, it was impossible for her to defeat the young miss. Anyone else could. After fighting with Chu Li, she realized that she was not as strong as she thought, and that people were not as weak as they thought. If she could not take down the Demon Suppression Temple leader, there were still the other 4 temple leaders. With her martial arts, how could she complete Lady Zhao's orders? As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared in a flash. Chu Li wanted to chase after her, but he could not. The inner energy of the demon suppression seal in her body had already dissipated, and she could no longer sense it. Even the great circle, mystical void mirror could not see her. The void was quiet and empty, and there was no trace of her. He stood where he was and looked at his surroundings, shaking his head. That Miss Zhou was far more powerful than he had guessed. Just by looking at Zhou Mei's martial arts, he could tell that Miss Zhou was very powerful. With so many strange martial arts and secret techniques, he could deduce that her background was not ordinary. Obtaining a fortuitous encounter and obtaining an inheritance wasn't something that was too rare. However, obtaining so many miraculous techniques that surpassed the current world's martial arts was simply too bizarre. There was only one explanation, and that was that her background wasn't ordinary. It was very likely that she was the descendant of an ancient great sect. He was able to break through the black light just now because of the life and death scripture. At the most crucial moment, the life and death scripture automatically activated and broke through the shroud of black light. The void chain disappeared, and he regained his freedom. He was extremely curious about the void chain. It did not seem to be some kind of strange inner force, but a power he had never seen before. It was impossible to defend against. The next time she used the void chain, he would still be helpless. Thinking of this, he frowned. Ding Ru. Suddenly, a delicate voice called out. Chu Li turned his head to look. A young lady in a snow-white gown was already standing nearby, quietly watching him. This young lady's gown was as white as snow, and her face was as white as snow. However, her face was cold and expressionless, like an ice sculpture of a beauty. Beautiful? She did not lose to Zhou Mei, but her temperament was the complete opposite. She kept people at a distance. What was even more shocking was that her cultivation level was not inferior to Chu Li's. Moreover, she stood there silently, hiding from Chu Li's great circle mystical sky mirror and all his senses. This made Chu Li's heart tremble. Chu Li pressed his palms together. Young lady you are? I am Zhou Shuang. The young lady in white said lightly. Chu Li was stunned, and then came to a realization. So it's Miss Zhou Shuang. Are you here to kill me? I'm here to give you something, Zhou Shuang said. Chu Li looked at her. Zhou Shuang took out a small box and casually tossed it to Chu Li. Then, she disappeared into the void. Chu Li could not find her at all, so it was impossible for him to catch up. He took the purple lacquer box and carefully opened it, just in case there was any danger. He was extremely sensitive to the treasures in Miss Zhou's hands. Usually, danger came without warning. If it was not for his tough life, he would have died many times. Now that he felt that there was nothing wrong with the box, he dared not be careless. When he saw what was in the box, his expression changed. Inside the box were 2 exquisite jade hairpins. The patterns were clear and unique. They were beautiful and noble, but they were carved from the best jade. They were overflowing with colorful lights, and there was a never-ending flow of light. Chu Li was very familiar with these 2 jade hairpins. One was for Sun Mingyue, and the other was for Lu Yurong. Based on Chu Li's memory, he could tell at a glance that the two hairpins had different patterns. The two women liked the jade hairpins very much because he had personally carved them. It was a token of his sincerity, and he had always kept them with him. He had never taken them off, and they would never leave his body. Now, these two jade hairpins were in a box, and they were sent by Zhou Shuang. Things were too obvious. Just as he expected, the two women had fallen into Miss Zhou's hands. When he thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. The leader of the devil sect was not a merciful person. He had killed so many masters from the devil sect, and she had killed the two women in a fit of anger. She would definitely do something like this. His expression became more and more unpleasant. The life and death scripture circulated faster, and the pure spiritual energy kept repairing his body. "Miss Zhou, what do you mean?" he shouted into the void. Although he did not notice anyone, he guessed that Zhou Shuang was nearby and could hear him. The two of them are still alive. Zhou Shuang's voice came from the void. She appeared 10 feet away from Chu Li. Chu Li said, "I want to see them." Zhou Shuang said, "Once you see them, you can die. As long as you kill yourself, they will live. Otherwise, they will die before you." Chu Li scoffed. "What if I kill myself and they will be killed?" Miss Zhou has always been a woman of her words. She won't change her mind just because of the two women. Zhou Shuang said. Chu Li frowned. "No, you will see their heads in 15 minutes, Zhou Shuang said. "It's a pity that the two beauties will die like this." Chu Li remained silent. "Either you live, or they live. You can only choose one," Zhou Shuang said. "I believe you understand. You only have 100 years to live. What's the point of living? You'll die soon. They are different." "Shut up," Chu Li yelled. Zhou Shuang glanced at him coldly and said nothing. Chu Li paced with his hands behind his back. The two women's voices and smiles flashed in his mind. Every frown and smile was touching. He had only been separated from them for a short time, but he missed them so much. Zhou Shuang stood calmly and looked on coldly. Chu Li suddenly said, "All right, I'll kill myself. You that happy? How rare." Zhou Shuang scoffed. Chu Li said, "You're right. I only have 100 years to live, but they have 10,000 years. It's good that you understand." Zhou Shuang nodded. Chu Li was secretly glad that he had lived in seclusion when he was in the Grandmaster's boundary. No one knew that he had ascended. It seemed that Miss Zhou did not know that he had two bodies either. Zhou Shuang said, "You have to kill yourself too." Chapter 28:37. Chu Li's expression changed. Zhou Shuang looked at him and said, "Monk Ding Ru, do you think you can hide the fact that you have one soul and two bodies from the world?" Chu Li frowned. Miss Zhou is really resourceful. Of course, there's nothing the lady doesn't know. Zhou Shuang nodded proudly. "Nothing can be hidden from the lady." Chu Li shook his head. "It's just that you have people in the outland." He was able to have one soul and two bodies, freely roaming between the sky beyond heaven and this world. In his eyes, a mystical item like the sky inspecting credential was strange and mysterious. Perhaps in Miss Zhou's eyes, she didn't think much of it. In fact, such a treasure existed. Therefore, if he could travel freely between the two worlds, Miss Zhou might be able to as well. Otherwise, she would not have been able to grasp the timing of the two women's ascension so precisely. "Should I call you Ding Ru or Chu Li?" Zhou Shuang scoffed. "Don't think that you're better than the lady. You're nothing compared to the lady. I haven't heard anyone call me Chu Li for a long time." Chu Li sighed and shook his head. "Miss Zhou knows both worlds and three worlds?" His original name was rarely mentioned. In the Outland, even if people mentioned his name, they would only refer to him as Mr. Chu or that person. They would never mention his name. Zhou Shuang raised her thin eyebrows and scoffed. "Are you trying to get information from me?" Chu Li said, "I'd like to know how resourceful Miss Zhou is." "There's no harm in telling you." Zhou Shuang scoffed. "The lady has transcended the mortal world and is not in the five worlds." Chu Li pondered. "If that's the case, she can travel freely between worlds." "Yes," Zhou Shuang said, "you're digging your own grave by going against the lady. Now that you've come this far, kill yourself, and the lady will see that they're talented and put them in an important position. Chu Li was silent. Zhou Shuang scoffed. Are you going back on your word? If the two of you kill yourselves, you won't have a chance to be resurrected. Are you reluctant? All right, I want to see them first, Chu Li said slowly. Zhou Shuang said, Sure, I'll bring you there. Chu Li nodded slowly. Let's go. Zhou Shuang waved her left sleeve, and a white ribbon flew towards him. Chu Li reached out to take it, and the two of them disappeared from where they stood. The next moment, Chu Li appeared on a mountain peak. It was so majestic that he could overlook the surrounding peaks and lush green trees. They're over there. Zhou Shuang pointed at the opposite peak. Chu Li looked to the mountain peak. This mountain was not eye-catching. Among the surrounding mountains, no one would pay attention to it. It was not tall, nor was it steep. The trees were lush, but they were not too dense either. Everything seemed ordinary. This is... Chu Li frowned. He sensed something strange. This peak was ordinary and inconspicuous, not its original appearance. There was a formless power swirling about it that prevented others from paying attention to it, so they naturally overlooked it. He was the most sensitive to this kind of power, and he could feel the faintly discernible waves. What do you think? Zhou Shuang asked. Chu Li frowned. I don't know. The great circle profound sky mirror was blocked by an invisible force, preventing Zhang Xian from seeing what was going on inside. It was as if a layer of fog had shrouded the mirror, and Zhang Xian could vaguely make out the silhouettes of the two women, as well as a familiar aura. They were all practicing their palm techniques. Their movements were graceful, and their expressions were focused. They did not sense his approach. The star-seizing sect, Zhou Shuang said. Chu Li turned to look at her. Zhou Shuang raised her slender eyebrows and scoffed. What? You don't believe me? Chu Li said. Miss Zhou doesn't seem to get along with the star-seizing sect. Who said so? Zhou Shuang said coldly. Anyway, they're both disciples of the star-seizing sect, but they're still outer disciples. They need to work hard to enter the inner sect. Should we let them out? No need. Chu Li shook his head. Miss, are you a disciple of the star-seizing sect too? Yes. Zhou Shuang nodded. Chu Li's mind raced. It seemed like he and the rest of the world had been deceived. The star-seizing sect and Miss Zhou were not enemies, but rather had a close relationship. Moreover, she had been to Shinkong City and was well-versed in the martial arts and mental cultivation methods of the two great sections. Chu Li felt a chill in his heart. Even with the support of the Heaven's Eye, his divination skills could not compare to Miss Zhou's. Zhou Shuang said, Are you really not going to meet them and say goodbye? Chu Li smiled. No need. All right. Zhou Shuang's eyes flashed, and her cold face softened. Don't worry, the lady will not mistreat them. They are very talented and will definitely shine in the future. Chu Li said, As for my suicide, I hope Miss Zhou will keep it a secret and not let the world know. Of course. Zhou Shuang nodded. Only you, me, and the lady will know about this. Chu Li nodded slowly. Zhou Shuang said, Have you given up now? When are you going to kill yourself? Chu Li calmly glanced at the mountain and smiled. Give me a few days to settle the demon-slaying hall. How many days? Zhou Shuang asked. Chu Li thought for a while. 3 days. All right. Zhou Shuang scoffed. If you don't kill yourself, I'll kill you myself. Chu Li nodded. Zhou Shuang waved her hand and suddenly disappeared without a trace, without a sound or presence. Chu Li stood in place silently, but he realized that his surroundings had changed. He had unknowingly been teleported away. The mountain he went to earlier and the mountain where the star-seizing sect was located was also an independent world. It was incompatible with this world and could not be entered. Teleportation would not be able to find it. Just like his demon-slaying hall, outsiders could not barge in. If he wanted to enter the star-seizing sect again, he could only look for Zhou Shuang or a disciple of the sect. It was almost impossible for him to rescue the two women. Ms. Zhou must have predicted his plan and would be prepared. He was also at a mountain peak, and the strong wind blew against his face, causing his clothes to flutter. He stood motionless like a statue on the mountain peak, letting the wind blow against him. His mind spun as he searched for a chance of survival. If he did not want to kill himself, he had to find a way out. With his current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to escape. He had to find a way to turn the situation around, or he would definitely die. This time, she would definitely guard against his resurrection. The life and death scripture might not work. If she crushed his bones and scattered his soul, the life and death scripture would not be able to resurrect him no matter how powerful it was. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die in such a sullen way. An idea flashed in his mind, and he suddenly thought of the passing light divine sword. If he found the passing light divine sword, he would have hope. With the passing light divine sword, he would be able to compete with Ms. Zhou and protect the two women. Thinking of this, he became spirited and began to deduce with his eyes closed. Rays of inspiration flashed through his mind. He tried his best to capture it, but he was always a hair's breadth away. He could not find the passing light divine sword. It involved the mysteries of heaven and was too important. It was almost impossible to deduce it. At this juncture, Chuli did not care if it was possible or not. He was desperate. In the blink of an eye, the void in his mind buzzed, and the Buddha and the demon began to blur. If this continued, they would all collapse. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.